The views expressed on Talk Real Solutions, hosted by Tyrone Thompson at talkrealsolutions.com, are the views of Tyrone Thompson and do not reflect the views of talkrealsolutions.com, YouTube, or etc. The content here belongs to Talk Real Solutions and its many contributors. Views and opinions expressed by all contributors belong to them and not talkrealsolutions.com or Tyrone Thompson, the host, or etc. All data and information provided on the site is for informational purposes only. Talk Real Solutions makes no representations as to accuracy, completeness, correctness, suitability, or validity of any information on this site and will not be liable for any errors, omissions, or delays in this information or any losses, injuries, or damages arising from its display or use. All information is provided on an as-is basis.
All right. Welcome to the show. This is Talk Real Solutions, and I am your host tonight, Tyrone Thompson. I want to thank you for tuning in. Look like I can be heard on the switchboard tonight. Today is September the 11th, 2025. And if you want to join the conversation, all you have to do is hit *61 and then push the participant code at 917-324 after you call the number at 717-908-1834. And I'll get you on the mic. I'll get you on the show here, and you can say whatever you want to say. I'm pretty sure everybody, what's up, East Coast? Everybody's done heard by now about Charlie Kirk and what happened to him. And
we thank you very sweetly for doing it so neatly. You've killed us so completely that we thank you very sweetly.
Let the joyous news be spread, the wicked old witch at last is dead. Ding dong, the witch is dead. Witch, oh witch, witch, witch. Ding dong, the witch is dead.
All right. That ain't funny. Yeah, ding dong, the damn witch is dead. I don't know what to tell people, but okay, so let me just explain my position. I've always said that if you are a racist, I don't care about you. I'm not going to care about you. You're not going to get any type of sympathy or empathy or compassion. You're not going to get that from me. It's the same thing when Rush Limbaugh passed away. I don't know what else to tell you. You hate me, and I ain't got no reason to even look your way or consider anything about feeling any type of way about you because you're a racist. That's just the bottom line. If you're a racist, you hate black people. Now, it's sad that we're at a point in this country to where the political discourse has turned to violence and all of that kind of stuff. And I don't promote violence. I don't promote any of that stuff. But what this shows you is the same thing that I've been yelling for the last umpteen years about how violent white people are and how they handle business. This is what they do. And this is, evidence point number one, proving my point that these people are just savages. They kill each other. They kill other people. They just do this. This is what they do. And I have the entire video. Now, I do not like gore. I don't like stuff that's bloody and all of that kind of stuff. That's just not me. It took me until I was 50 some years old to start watching zombie movies. So I just don't like that type of stuff. But I seen the video, and it was horrific. That was one of the most shocking things that I've ever seen. In part because I knew it was real. What's up, MJ? And Frodo and East Coast. it was just terrible to watch that happen. And guys, I'm gonna tell you that because Charlie, what's up, ABC? Because Charlie Kirk got killed, or he passed away, or got murdered, or whatever word you want to use, he's not here anymore. And what's going to happen now is it's already started happening. White people are going to do what white people do. No matter what the event is, they're going to blame black people for whatever the fuck is going on. And you can hear that in Donald Trump. You can hear it on Fox News. And if you had one of these coons call in tonight, you're going to probably hear them blame black people for a white boy shooting another white boy at a white college in a white state. That's what they're going to do. Everything about that scenario was white. The habit for white men to walk around with long guns and murder people, the habit for white men to gather with other white people and talk shit about black people. They was at a white university in a white state. Didn't have shit to do with black people. And I want y'all to think about this dynamic here, is that the whole right wing of America, including Charlie Kirk, when he had his neck, all they did was blame black people for violence, right? All they do is talk about how black families don't have fathers in the home. All they do is make other white people afraid of living in a society with black people. This is their whole modus operandi, their whole MO. That's all they do is talk about how terrible black people is. Right? And how violent we are. And how they have to, Donald Trump is mobilizing the federal troops, the army and the Marines and the ICE department to come out with their military force so they can handle black people and people of color. They're so hyper focused on people of color that these white male savages has got a free pass. That's the point, is that they're so focused on demonizing black people that the white male in this society is able to build up an arsenal of weapons, walk into schools, show up at events with backpacks full of ammo, and cause carnage because there's nobody talking about the dangers of the savage white male in this country. Nobody is criminalizing the behaviors of this savage. So they're able to just walk around in this society and just go to gun shows, collect bullets and weapons and machine guns, and just sit up and wait until the time is right before they go do what they do and cause carnage. This has been proven over and over and over and over again with the school shootings, with the mass shootings. Hell, Donald Trump had an attempt on his life twice by white people. It was a white man that showed up to Nancy Pelosi's house and beat her husband in the head with a hammer. Those were white men that invaded Washington, D.C. on January the 6th and destroyed the Capitol. Those are all white people. It's so ingrained in them that whenever they get into their crowds and they go crazy, it don't matter what part of white society you are in, you're going to join that crowd, that frenzy, even if you're a doctor, if you're a police officer, if you're a lawyer, if you're a teacher, you're going to show the fuck up where the frenzy's at because it's in their fucking nature to be violent and criminal. That's what the fuck they do. And Charlie Kirk, he was putting a battery in all of these motherfuckers' backs. Charlie Kirk was telling them to be violent. Charlie Kirk was promoting the Second Amendment. He literally said, "Listen, I got this audio. I'm gonna play it because I can't say it like he said it. Let me see if I can get it. Yeah, here you go. I want you to listen to this idiot promote his own fucking murder. This is the type of shit Charlie Kirk was saying.
Now, we must also be real. We must be honest with the population. Having an armed citizenry comes with a price. And that is part of liberty. Driving comes with a price. 50,000 people die on the road every year. That's a price. You get rid of driving, you'd have 50,000 less auto fatalities. But we have decided that the benefit of driving, speed, accessibility, mobility, having products, services, is worth the cost of 50,000 people dying on the road. Wow. So we need to be very clear that you're not going to get gun deaths to zero. It will not happen. Right. You can significantly reduce them through having more fathers in the home, yes, by having more armed guards in front of schools. Yes. Yes. We should have an honest and clear reductionist view of gun violence, but we should not have a utopian one. You will never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That is nonsense. It's drivel. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational. Nobody talks like this. They live in a complete alternate universe. So then how do you reduce? Very simple. People say, oh, Charlie, how do you stop school shootings? I don't know. How did we stop shootings at baseball games? It's worth it. I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year. So
he said he think it's worth it to have a cost of gun deaths yearly to protect his Second Amendment rights. He think it's worth people dying to protect some words on a fucking piece of paper that don't mean what the fuck it say. And that's why I call them illiterate. Because they can't read the goddamn Second Amendment, because that is not what the fucking Second Amendment says. But this motherfucking idiot has empowered added to the empowerment of a whole mindset of people thinking that we supposed to be living in a armed society. That is not what the Second Amendment says. I'm not going to debate that tonight, but it's clearly not what it says if you can read fucking 8th grade English. But these people have convinced themselves that with guns, they are protected. And why do they have that mindset? Because if you look at the savage, if you look at the mindset of that beast, if you look at the mindset of that partly humanoid creature going way back in history, that's all they knew how to do was beat each other over the head with clubs and rocks, shoot bow and arrows at each other, put each other up under the guillotine and chop each other heads off, shoot cannons at each other, destroy whole civilizations with their power and their might of war technology. This is what they know how to do. So this motherfucker gonna sit up here and say that it's worth the number of human beings dying so they can be satisfied under this false notion of protection behind the power of a fucking gun. Well, you got what the fuck you asked for, Charlie Kirk.
We thank you very sweetly for doing it so neatly. You've killed us so completely that we thank you very sweetly.
Let the joyous news be spread, the wicked old witch at last is dead.
Ding dong, the witch is dead. Witch, oh witch, wicked witch. Ding dong, the wicked witch is dead.
He got what the fuck he asked for. That's what the hell he asked for. He he just said that, you know, he think it's worth having some gun deaths so they can protect the Second Amendment. Now, I know I'm having I ain't gonna you know, I'm trying to play around with what happened here, but it's serious. It is serious, and we don't know who killed this man. He's still on the loose as of when I came on this show. We don't know, but we do know that it's a white male. We do know that for a fact. We don't know his political leanings. We don't know what his agenda was. We don't know what the whole purpose behind that shooting was. Not as of yet. Now, a lot of people on the right are saying that this guy is on the left. But that's a tactic that the right uses every time something happens. They will get out there in front of the news cycle and then they will yell leftist, 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 Democrat, 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 so people can talk about that it possibly being a leftist and take the focus off of what we all see is that it was a white man that murdered Charlie Kirk. We don't even have to question that. When you look at the most harmful, the most dangerous motherfucking creature on this planet, it is the white male. Now, as Charlie Kirk was getting a tracheotomy yesterday, I'm swimming. Let me stop. Okay, I'm not gonna do that. But as Charlie Kirk was going on, they had this other thing going on. Let me see if I can pull it up for you. Yeah, I just found out about this today. All right, there it goes. It should be on YouTube now. Let me fix it. All right, there we go. So we had, I think at almost the same time when Charlie Kirk was getting killed, it says student suspect in Evergreen High School shooting identified by the sheriff's office. And look at what we have here. Another white male that was in a school shooting up and killing people. I'm just finding this out. So it says Denver student who opened fire at Evergreen High School on Wednesday has been identified as 16-year-old Desmond Holly. The Jefferson County Sheriff announced on Thursday. Calls flood 911 when the shooting happened at 12:24 p.m. I think Charlie Kirk got shot a little later than that. On Wednesday, both inside and outside of the school, 3 people were injured, including Holly, who died of a self-inflicted wound at the hospital on Wednesday evening, according to the sheriff's office. The spokesman for the St. Anthony's Hospital had previously said that one victim was released from the hospital, but during the press conference Thursday morning, the sheriff clarified that 2 other victims remain in the hospital for care. A spokesman for the Children's Hospital in Colorado confirmed to Fox 31 that one victim was transferred there and remains there in critical condition. The sheriff's office said that the victim's family planned to release their identities in a statement soon. One of the victims was identified on Thursday as 18-year-old Matthew Silverman. New details about the Evergreen High School shooting investigation. The investigation remains open, but a spokesperson for the sheriff's office released. But the sheriff's office, what was that? The investigation remained open. For the sheriff's office released some details about the investigation during the past press conference. There was multiple crime scenes inside. Okay, so we know it's going to go on and tell us about what's going on. But check this out. Here's my main point. This is another white male. Now, as Fox News, Sean Hannity, Charlie Kirk, well, used to be Charlie Kirk, other people demonize the black community and talk about how criminal we are and talking about you better clutch your goddamn pearls and releasing actually military forces in black populated cities like DC and Los Angeles, and he's threatening to go to Chicago as they doing all this posturing for white people against the black community. Like I said, the white male has a free pass. The white male has a free pass to plan, predict, and carry out these heinous operations in this society, because this society is so fucking racist that they will not even announce how dangerous the white male is. As the white male is running throughout this society rampant, murdering people in mass on TV. They will not change their focus and actually tell us how much of a threat the white male in this society is. Because all we hear is about black crime and what black people are doing and why they should be afraid of black people. You have Sarge comes on here all the time, and that's he stumble over himself every time he speak, trying to blame black people for something. The political violence in this country lays squarely on the shoulder of the white male and the white population. They're the ones that cause political violence. They are the ones that are committing political violence in this country. And the reason that I'm saying that, so I know my motherfucking people. I know good and damn well we don't do shit like this. I'm not saying black people got their hands totally goddamn clean. But I can tell you that the vast majority of these type of happenings is at the hands of the white male. The same white male that ABC kissed the ass of, the same white male that Sarge come on here and suck the scrotum of. This is who they want to be. This is why they act like that. Because they think that they are white males, so they come on here to a black environment and they try to act like white males on the goddamn air. But we ain't putting up with that shit. We just laugh it off. But you got to look at the deeper psychology of what's going on with these individuals. Now, I don't believe that ABC think he's white enough to go pick up a damn gun and get away with it, you know. And neither are these people. It's surprising to me that the guy is still running free. No, it ain't. I'll tell you why. But like this savage here on the screen, Desmond Holly. A lot of the cases they have done and planned out their manifesto, and they're not going to carry on with their life, so they take their own life. Now, you got to ask yourself, how at this age, at 16 years old, what type of environment was you raised in for you to plan something out like this? What are you going through in your environment to know that at the end of whatever the fuck you're doing, you're going to take your own goddamn life? I said a long time ago, the entirety of white America needs to lay on somebody's motherfucking psychologist couch, and they need to be deprogrammed. We living in a country full of crazy ass white people. And then you have the, I don't know, the so-called good white liberal that plays the part of it ain't me. Yes, the fuck it is you. Even though you don't actively do the things that these extremists do, you around them. You should be having classes and courses, if it's not you, on telling people how fucked up they are. It's not my job to do that. That's your community. So all these good ass white people, we see them on social media making videos about the left and all this kind of bullshit. No, y'all should be talking directly to your own goddamn community, telling them how fucked up they are, how racist they are, how much of fucking evil they are, how big of a savage they. Y'all should be having whole YouTube channels talking about the fucking demon behavior of white people. Y'all should be going in on these motherfuckers to change your own goddamn community. It ain't my damn job to do that. I will call them out. You know, I will kind of look at Charlie Kirk and his tracheotomy and say, you know, well, oh well, because you caused it on your goddamn self. You caused it on your motherfucking self by emboldening these racist ass white motherfuckers, by promoting the Second Amendment to the point to where there is no motherfucking control. Embracing the idea of political violence, you caused it on your motherfucking self. You put a battery in these motherfuckers' back. And then they want you, they want you to, because that happened, they want you to feel some type of sympathy for this guy. The guy's a racist. That's the same guy that said that if he got on an airplane and it was a black pilot, that he wouldn't feel good or he couldn't trust a black man to fly the plane or some bullshit like that. He's a racist. He's the same racist that promoted the release of Derek Chauvin, the racist ass cop that killed George Floyd. Charlie Kirk is a racist. The same racist that sat on the YouTube and told us that George Floyd caused his own damn death. That he had an overdose of fentanyl, the same shit that Sergeant ABCB said. He's a racist. He's a racist because he said that the first Supreme Court Justice Jackson, Kamala Harris, Maxine Waters, he said the only reason that those women rose up in society was due to affirmative action or DEI or some bullshit. He's a racist. And I will not shed one tear or waste one bit of emotion on a fucking racist. That's what he was doing on that stage when they took his neck from under his goddamn chin. He was talking about black violence or some bullshit. He was being a fucking racist, recruiting racists. So if there's any black person that other than just feeling for simple humanity in what happened, other than that, that's as far. I don't even think that he's human. Fuck Charlie Kirk. Because he's one of these people that would like to see me swinging at the end of a fucking rope. And the fucking right wing just loving this. This is how fucking savage they are. They don't give a shit about Charlie Kirk. The reason that the right wing is talking about Charlie Kirk and blaming black people for this bullshit is because Donald Trump is a fucking pedophile. And more information is coming out that connects Donald Trump to Jeffrey Epstein and that fucking Allen. They released the book that had Donald Trump's handwriting in it. The book also mentioned Donald Trump several times. And the family of Jeffrey Epstein is releasing fucking messages and text messages that I seen something earlier where Jeffrey Epstein messaged Ghislaine Maxwell telling her to remove Donald Trump from his list. You know, this made up list that don't supposed to exist. This is coming out now. So the only reason that they trying to highlight Charlie Kirk and do all this fucking crazy shit is because they know that Sarge and ABC and the right wing is supporting a fucking criminal pedophile. That's what you guys are doing. You guys are supporting a president that loves to do some of the most disgusting things to children. This is the country that we live in now. He don't give a fuck about the rule of law. Donald Trump literally just sends fucking bombs and missiles off, killing people. He just shot a motherfucking boat down in South America, killing 11, I think it was Venezuelans, with no fucking authority to do so. He's a murderer. What happened to this peacetime president? This is what they do. This is why RFK is up there trying to kill motherfuckers medically now. They love that fucking death. They love that civilization where people are sick and dying. This is what they do. And I just heard before I came on here, this is fucked up. I just heard, let me see if I can find it. It says something about the HBCUs closing due to threat. It said, remember, there it go right there. Yeah, 2 hours ago. This is from USA Today. It says multiple HBCUs are under lockdown after receiving terroristic threats. Multiple historically black colleges and universities have gone into lockdown after threats were directed at their campus, school officials announced. Alabama State University, Hampton University, Virginia State University, Southern University, and A&M College, and Bethune-Cookman University locked down the morning of Thursday, September the 11th. That was today. Each citing potential threats made against their campuses. The lockdown at Southern University was later lifted, but all campuses' activities and classes were canceled through the weekend, school officials announced on social media. Spelman College in Atlanta also asked students and faculty to avoid the campus and increase security measures due to the threats against the nearby Clark Atlanta University. Though the shelter-in-place order was lifted, Clark Atlanta University confirmed in a statement to USA Today that the campus police are investigating the threats and shelter-in-place order has ended. I guess it goes through the different colleges to tell you their situation, but here's my overall point with this whole HBCUs under lockdown. The HBCUs are under lockdown because the white boy is trying to blame black people again for something that happened to a white man by a white man at a white college in Utah in a white state. How the fuck are they threatening the HBCUs because white people killed white people at a white college in a white state? Why the fuck is the HBCUs getting terroristic threats? It just goes to what I've been saying about how every time something happens over there, they blame black people. When Donald Trump first got into office and airplanes started falling the fuck out of the sky because he fired a bunch of the FAA people, who the fuck did he blame? He blamed black people. He blamed black people. This is what the fuck they do. And we need to understand that this is the reality that we're living in now. And a lot of people, I guess, is probably trying to figure out what the hell can we do about it. Right? And my short answer is we got to educate ourselves and get heavily involved in politics, so much so that we run the politics, right? That's my short answer. And also, during this time right now, these people are off the damn chain. And it's dangerous in America for black people. It is dangerous in America for black people. And you just need to watch your damn back. And then when we got fucking secret agents like Sarge and ABC and these other black Coontarians or whatever the fuck you want to call them, they will sell their own goddamn people out. Even though they see the hate toward black people. Even though they see that these people are fucking savages. They was having a vigil for Charlie Kirk. Where the hell was it at? Vigil for Charlie Kirk. Now, I don't see how the hell this shit turns violent. Y'all out there worshiping your God Looked like it was in. Was that Sacramento? That's what it said. It was having a visual for Charlie Kirk, and the shit, no lie, because they are violent people, the shit turned violent. How the fuck do you do that? Let me see if I got. I think I got some video. Okay. Okay, there's the video. Let me see if I can get y'all some sound with it. It literally turned violent. So hold on for a second. Y'all know me. I got to work with this shit. I see you, Yashua. I'm gonna open your line. I'll open your line after I play this damn video here. So they was having a visual up there kissing Charlie Kirk's ass, you know, doing what they do. And this is going to remind you of January the 6th. So let's see what we got here. Hold on. Okay, so here we go.
Beach, y'all came with this. Hey, 30, 40 motherfuckers. Give me the ones, baby. Shoot the ones with me, anybody.
Look at this embarrassment.
Fuck all y'all.
Fuck
Fuck Charlie Kirk!
Fuck you!
Fuck Charlie Kirk!
Look at this guy.
Look at him. This is white America. Look at him. This is what the fuck they do. Savages. Look at all of them jumping on that one dude.
God, for touching! Leave him alone! You are not in charge!
Get the fuck out!
Let God judge!
I didn't serve in the fucking military for anything! Hey, get the fuck out of here! Let him go! Get the fuck out! Get back! Get back! Everyone back up! Everyone back up!
All right.
Everyone back up! Let him go!
Well, you get my point. You get my point, and you can see that that's all these people are about. Instead of honoring the time that Charlie Kirk been on here, something to that effect, been on this earth, and memorializing him in such a way that shows respect, this is what they do. This is what they do. Uh-oh, Yashua, you there?
Yeah.
Okay, I heard something in the background, but you can go ahead, man.
Yeah, man. It's what it is, what it is. You know what I'm saying? I was at work today, and I told folks at work, I don't feel nothing. It's what it is, what it is. And I said, he didn't have too much kind things to say about black folk. So, so why the hell should I have any? You know, it's not like I'm gloating. It's not even that. I just don't feel nothing for him. You know,
right.
Charlie Kirk would not give a damn about black people. If black people was to experience another Black Wall Street again, and a white mob went in there and killed every black person, he would not give a damn one way or the other. He wouldn't. So that's what I have to say about Mr. Kirk. What it is, the Roosters came home to roost. That's what happened. And the thing that gets me though, and I was reading and checking out the clip, it looked like you was talking about the HBC, the black colleges.
Mm-hmm.
That got me because I was like, so I wrote a message. I said, a comment in one show. I said, what does going after black folk or blaming got to do with the murder of Charlie Kirk?
It's like a knee-jerk reaction to them, man. That's what they do.
Right, yeah. I said, what in the hell? I said, really? So, and now, some of them schools is what they're not telling you. Some of them didn't shut down. Some of them said, I think Virginia Union said they refused to let somebody intimidate them. They said, we refuse to do that.
No, but I understand why they did that, man. Because if you're a school, right, you got to look at for the safety of all of those students and the safety of all the staff. So I understand why they shut down.
Yeah, but I'm saying there was some schools that were just like, oh no, we ain't gonna let you intimidate us. We had nothing to do with that. And this is one you tell white folks who apparently supposed to have liked him or liked what he was saying. He say, it was a white guy that killed him. We had nothing to do with no black people. So you check your white brethren, but don't worry about what black folks do. Black people don't give a damn about no damn Charlie Kirk. The majority don't give a damn about no Charlie Kirk. So that's what I say about that, man. But it's just the times that we're living in. Stuff's gonna get a lot worse. And yes, you have to be on alert. You got to
watch out now. These people losing.
Yeah. So you really got to be on alert. They say keep your head on a swivel. You have to do that, people. Keep your head on alert, man, because things will get worse. They're going to get worse than what they are, as we see. It's going to get a lot worse. I think recently, I was reading an article on my Google. It said that the courts gave Donald Trump permission to block Medicaid from folks. Medicaid. I'm like, really, court? I mean, these dudes are really some cowards. I mean, I don't. But again, they're white and they're all in they're in it, all of them. Okay, so, but that's how I look at that, man. I just thought that was very interesting. Again, where it is, man, and that's what I got to say for right now, bro.
All right. But see what Donald Trump has done when he got in office, whenever he sent the National Guard to Los Angeles and told ICE to attack immigrants, and then he sent the military to D.C. Now he's talking about sending them to Chicago. What they're doing is they overlooking the fact that white males are the terrorists in America. They got the white voting population thinking that somehow or another black people are the most violent people in this country, which is not true. I mean, every society, every community has their level of violence. And if you just want to say that everybody got violence, you got to look at the reason why they are violent, right? So let's say the black community got violence. Our violence is based on economics, in my humble opinion. Whenever you're talking about violence, you're talking about economics and drugs, somebody trying to get money to come up in the world, somebody robbing people, somebody stealing stuff. That type of violence is different than mass fucking goddamn genocide, where you just feel like you want to kill every goddamn body. That is a different type of violence. And I'm not saying either one is better than the other, but whenever you look at this shit like these shootings and these snipers and these people going into schools killing children, I mean, that's just like on another goddamn level. This Evergreen School, that just happened the same day Charlie Kirk got his tracheotomy. And that was a white fucking boy that went in that school killing the kids. We have a school shooting damn near every goddamn week now. And the media, oh Lord, I don't know what the fuck is going on with the news, but that school shooting should have been the fucking headline. That school shooting where those kids died should have been plastered all over the motherfucking place. But because of advertising and money and racism, the media focuses on that goddamn type of controversy there with Charlie Kirk. That's what makes them money. Go ahead.
Tyrone, that sniper, that white boy, that whitey was good, boy. He was, boy, that was a shot, boy. When I finally saw it, I said, "Damn!" I said, "Was he sniper military trained or what?" Because I mean, some dudes are just natural at shooting like that. Some guys are. I went to a shooting range a while ago, and I was shocked how good I was in shooting the gun. I was shocked.
Well, judging from that shot, man, and I don't want to be too graphic, but I think the shooter missed his target, and the reason that I say that is because it looked like it was supposed to be in a headshot, right? But he was a little low. So whenever you aiming like that, you aiming at the head, and he wasn't aiming at his neck. So I mean, he hit the target, but it looked like it was. This is my fucking guess. I'm just guessing that was supposed to be a headshot. But either way, he hit it, and it was.
Yeah. Now they say he was what? What the yards away from him?
Yeah, I don't know the distance.
Yeah, they said, man, that was. People said it was an interesting shot because he was so far away. That's what made everybody say, "Damn." He was so far away, and was able to hit his target regardless. It wasn't like that dummy down there with Donald Trump. He shot at Donald Trump.
Well, I don't think Donald Trump got shot. I don't think Donald Trump got shot whatsoever.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. So
I really don't.
So that was but it was very interesting, and but yeah, it's very interesting to see how this is going to play out. And I'm telling you, it's going to be, many more of those type of situations. You got that dummy Nick Fuentes. He's another idiot. He goes around saying that dumb stuff.
But they don't know how to tamp it down. I mean, they got batteries in their back, and instead of trying to tamp this shit down right now, they're doubling down and they're blaming black people and Democrats. So they're trying to get people to start killing outside of their group. Right now these white people are killing each other. So now they want to start people start shooting black people or shooting Mexicans or whatever. That's what they're trying to do.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a saying out there. I was reading about the dude that he hit a dude in East Dallas. Cut the guy's neck off. They got into an argument.
Oh yeah, I seen that. Hold on, let me pull up.
Yeah, the dude had a machete. He went in the hotel, I guess his apartment, his hotel room. Came out with a machete, cut the guy's neck off in front of the guy's wife and children. Damn.
Yeah, I just seen that today. And here's the article right here, guys. It says this court document reveals the gruesome details in a beheading of Dallas motel manager. And it goes on to say an affidavit released Thursday revealed gruesome details about the beheading of a Dallas motel manager on Wednesday morning. In a sworn statement to the Dallas County Magistrate Judge, DPD detective said that the suspect, 37-year-old Martinez, was involved in an argument Wednesday morning with a victim of 50-year-old, whatever that fucking name is. Both men worked a downtown suite motel on Samuel Boulevard at East Downtown. A witness motel employee told the police that she was cleaning the room with Cobbs and Martinez when the other guy with the funny name came in to tell them not to use the washing machine that was broken. The witness told the police that Martinez became upset with the guy with the funny name for having the witness translate the communications instead of speaking to him directly. The police say the video evidence shows that Martinez leave the room, pull out a machete, and start attacking the guy with the funny name. The victim ran screaming, still under attack, toward the motel office where his wife and his son were located. An anonymous witness told CBS Texas he saw the entire incident play out. He chased him from 108 all the way down to the office. The man was trying to get out of the office to tell his family, the witness said. The guy with the funny name, wife and son, tried to intervene several times, the police said, but the Martinez pushed them out of the way and continued to attack. Martinez then took the guy with the funny name cell phone and key card from his pocket before again assuming the attack of the guy with the funny name's head was removed from his body, the police said. The suspect then kicked the head twice into the parking lot and proceeded to pick it up and carry it to the dumpster and put it inside. So here you have this savage behavior again with people of genetics that is not from Africa. These people are violent fucking savages. They are uncivilized. They do. I don't know what else to say. I mean, black people, we sit here and we watch this stuff and what the hell? All we can do is consume it and then react to what the hell the environment we are in. That's all we can do.
Yeah.
There ain't shit we can do.
And Tyrone, and there's another story. Remember back in 2023, the brother who from Nigeria, well, he was born and raised here. This was in, what city was this in? Well, the white dude was jealous over him. You remember that story? He ended up shooting him, shot him 14 times. Killed the guy. The young man was a boxer. He was just about to go and fight for to start to go up the ranks, and really get recognized.
Mm-hmm.
And this white dude, his neighbor, he ended up killing him. Shot him 14 times. Matter of fact, they said when he shot him, then when he ran out of bullets, the white boy went back, reloaded his gun, came back and shot him some more. You see, and they did an update to that story. They gave the guy 40 years to life without. They said he gets no parole. So that's it. They said he gets no parole. And he admitted shooting. He said, I did it. I did it. So that story, if you can look that story up, it's right there. That was an update. They did a little update to that story. I remember that story when it happened. I remembered it. And small little details. I remember that story. And yeah, he and young man too. 20-something years old, had a wife, had a baby boy. I think he had a son, a little son. And this white boy was so jealous, he couldn't stand it that this young man was on his way to do better than him. See, and that's another issue with white male supremacy. They don't like when we do better than them. See, there was a sister was saying, our joy is their pain. They don't like when we're joyful and happy and doing well. They don't like that. You see, so yeah, and there's some other stories out there that are like that, where white people just jealous and they just do shit, just do dumb shit.
I got to bring up this one story. I think you and I talked about this earlier today, about the thing that happened in Charlotte,
North Carolina. Yes.
Yeah. Where this black guy was on the bus and
train.
Yeah, he was on the public transportation, and then he stabbed this white lady to death.
Ukrainian lady, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And they was trying to make that into like, paint the entire black community as if this is how we conduct ourselves. It's not. This guy has mental problems. This guy clearly has mental problems.
Yeah, I saw some of those press conferences, the press conference they was having. I'm like, really? I said, y'all doing all these. But when a black man in North Carolina and South Carolina is found hanging from a goddamn tree, you don't say a goddamn thing. That young brother they just found, last name Darnell, the truck driver, they found in Arkansas. They said that they knew he was hung because apparently he fell from the tree. That's how he found his body. But this guy that did this to this young lady, and I felt some way about this one because that idiot, it was something wrong with him.
Well, he's a piece of shit.
Like that.
He's a piece of shit.
I'm like, dude. I mean, really, and she didn't see it coming. She had her earphones on, getting off work. She worked at, I guess, a pizza shop or something.
Yeah.
And she was just getting off work. But it says a lot about mental illness when it comes to the black community, how they did not to focus. Not one time in one of these press conferences did they even mention his mental illness. And they're not going to do that. They're not going to say there's a chance he could be mentally ill. Now, if this was a white guy that did this, that they would have mentioned him being mentally ill.
Well, I mean, you can kind of compare this to the society's response and how they try to demonize the black community based off of this murder. And when that guy killed that black guy, that subway dancer in New York, they made that motherfucker a millionaire. And that guy did not commit no crime. That guy didn't do a damn thing, but he got murdered, and they gave that white boy all kinds of money. Yeah. And then, now I'm not saying that this guy deserves this guy is wrong as fuck, and I don't promote this shit whatsoever. So I don't stand with this guy. But I was just trying to draw compare the two on how they demonize this guy and they tried to say the black people are like this, and then when that savage in New York murdered that boy in front of everybody, they paid him. Go ahead.
And this is my point too, that regardless of how some of us might look at it, and the way I was looking at it too, I was looking at the bigger picture. I said, if this guy was mentally ill, and maybe he couldn't no longer afford medicine for him, or whatever he was taking to keep him in a state of mind where he wouldn't snap out like this. Donald Trump is cutting a lot of that stuff off from people. A lot of these people, that prescription of medicine is getting cut off from people. You see, so we don't know the background to his mental state. We don't know his lifestyle, none of that. But it's just what we know is what we know for now, that this guy did this sick thing, and he murdered that young lady who had nothing to do with his life, had nothing to do with none of his problems. You see, and that's how I look at that. But there's so many variables that we could talk about. Mental illness, the fact that Donald Trump is cutting off Medicaid for folks like him. If he's really mentally ill, was he on something and couldn't get money to get it, or he couldn't afford that money, or what? We just don't know.
Well, I said that he's mentally ill, but at the same time, Yasser, this could have been just pure evil too. People are just mean.
Yeah, well, yeah. I'm saying that too, but I'm looking at also all the other variables, because when it comes to us, they don't check if we're mentally ill. They never do that. Right. They never say that we're mentally ill. They say, oh, he did it, but that motherfucker might be mentally ill. Do something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all I got to say, man. I think somebody else was trying to get in, yeah.
Okay.
Wicked old witch at last is dead.
In the witch is dead. Witch, oh witch, wicked witch. In the
Miss Elisa, welcome to the show.
What's that, Tyra? What are you playing?
That's Ding Dong, the Witch is Dead.
Oh God. Oh.
from the Wizard of Oz. You remember that song?
Okay. Oh, okay. What is Tyra playing? Some type of
It's from an old TV show. That's the best audio I can get from it. But Elisa, I got your line open. Are you there?
Oh, yeah, Tyrone here. As far as Charlie Kirk situation, I'm not going to speak on that much because I think a lot of the rhetoric, I mean, his death that went on, I'm not going to speak on that. A lot of the rhetoric and stuff surrounding it need to tap down. And I hope we don't see a lot of retaliatory things that's going on, because MAGA and a lot of white Republican congressmen, people like that, they're calling for all out war to have things done. And what happened with the Black HBCUs, when Black people have nothing to do with this whole Charlie Kirk thing. Black people had nothing to do with that. So it's all of this is just disheartening. I mean, I'm not going to front and like a lot of people are here pretending. I'll just say the usual American sentiment when these types of things happen, when these children and people get killed in school, and thoughts and prayers for that situation. So that's all you can say. That's what we say here in America when things like this that happen to his wife and his children. Thoughts and prayers. Anyway, but the story you all was just speaking on, the guy who killed what was she from? Ukrainian, Ukrainian young woman on a subway bus or whatever, the public transportation. If that man is found, there's definitely something wrong with him. He's mentally not right. But if he's found to have known right from wrong, even with his mental illness, throw his ass up on the jailhouse. But I'm just going to tell you a contrast. In the state where I live, this has just been all over the news for the past couple of weeks. It went national as well. I'll say her name. Let me say her name. Dakara Thompson, who was murdered by an illegal. I don't know which one of the countries that he's from, but he's one of the Hispanics, Latinos, one of those countries. Hugo Hernandez Mendez, 35, he was arrested and they charged with first-degree and second-degree murder of Dakara Thompson, Black girl, who seemed as though she was going to try to do some great things with her life. And a lot of us in this area, because the news did go national when she went missing. It went national because it was a big, big hoo-ha-ha. And a lot of people, Tyrone, it's on this YouTube. Type in her name and pull up her picture. I want those who watch it from YouTube to see her picture. Dakara, that's Dacara Thompson. And that's her. And so she was killed, and we were all here like, oh my God, the administration is going to have a field day with that because he was illegal. And they haven't said one word. Not anything. They're talking about this immigrant from Ukraine. And again, if that man is found to have do no right from wrong, regardless of his mental illness status, throw his ass up under the prison. If he's found to know right, and throw him some medication down there too. If he's found to know right from wrong, because a lot of people get that confused. Just because you're mentally ill that you shouldn't be prosecuted. If it's found that you do know right from wrong and you knew what you was doing was wrong, throw you up in the prison, throw your medication open there to him. That's all I got to say on that. But nothing was said about this girl. That's his face right there. The illegal that killed her
Yeah.
tossed her body down a ravine, and we were thinking that, oh my God, they're gonna have a field day with this one. They're gonna have a field day because that is actually, he's actually illegal, and nothing has been said. As we know why, we can see her picture to the slain Ukrainian of woman, so we know why. She was born and bred American citizen. But I'm going to say this, and I don't give a shit who gets upset with me. One of the reasons why things like this, not the main reason, the main reason is racism and white supremacy. But a huge reason is how our community throw away the women, treat the women, talk about the women as if they ain't shit. And I saw a lot of people online because we haven't gotten a lot of the information enough back from it, but it seems as though she may or may not have known him, or a lot of it is still fuzzy because they released some information, and our county executive here, when she was speaking on it, she was saying she's a good girl. She's a this, and she was doing this, and the governor and different other people spoke. So there's still more to come from this story, but you should see the Negroes in my area and people who heard about this, things they were saying about her. They didn't give a shit.
That's crazy.
So that's what the Negroes, because it looks like she may have known. We're not sure. The whole thing, they were saying she's prostitute, and that's what that was, and that's what that. Some information has come out. I know she was getting ready to go to college, and she was involved in one of the programs they have for people. She was 19 that just graduated high school, and it's a thing. Like a course or a thing or a job type thing that it's internship that you do, and it's supposed to help with the fast track to get you to go to college. And she lived. Her parents were divorced. She lived with her father. Very loving family, and that's her. And the things the Negroes was saying.
Oh, they were talking trash about her?
Yeah, the black folks. I'm going to say one particular sex, because when it's coming out that she may have known him and calling her, she was prostituting and tricking, and that's why that. So a lot of the disrespect and a lot of the things that we get, our community puts that stuff out as if racism, white supremacy isn't enough. And I think a lot of that is what's going on with this girl. And it's a sad situation. But again, if that black dude in North Carolina, if he knew right from wrong and he knew what he was doing was wrong, give him some medication and lock his ass up after.
So I mean, even if she was doing that, that doesn't cause for nobody to murder her.
But that's how people from our community. Because I mean, I got told off by someone, a male that I went to high school with, and she may not look the same in your eyes. And these people just speculating. Nobody has no idea. And it might look, she might not seem as prim and proper in your eyes. It's just that I said that whatever it is that y'all think y'all know does not affect me. Even if it was what you all are saying, it does not affect me or how I see her in my eyes. And this is what I was told by this black male that I went to school with. Some of y'all need to stop burying y'all heads in the sand and see things for what they are. So it's that type of stuff. We've got to stop. This is someone asked a couple of weeks ago, what do we need to do? stop, fight. Just everything is fighting. Fight. One thing we can do in our community is stop that and then come and do better with fighting the real enemy, racism, white supremacy. They were probably going to treat us the same way, but let's don't help to give them ammunition. And that's something that we do. This right here, we expected it to blow up and the Trump administration to use this because he's illegal. No, because a lot in our community got to tearing that girl up. All for information they do not know. And these are things that we have to stop this in our community because we got enough on us from them. And that's why I said I don't have anything to say on this Charlie Kirk thing because after I heard, because I did enough talking at the kid, we call it kitchen table talk about him and about my feelings about that. But after I heard all these threats and things, shutting down these HBCUs and things like that, these people are to the point, they have turned rabid out here, and not rabbit, black people, rabid out here. And we don't need any more on us than we already have. That's all. Oh, but that's all. I just want to put that out there in comparison to the deaths of these young ladies.
Mm-hmm.
And also, Umar Johnson, who I used to think was somebody, he came out and said that he is disappointed in black people. He's on Twitter and how they're celebrating because Mr. Kirk has not actually personally harmed any black people. As if the rhetoric that was coming from that man's mouth didn't harm us. And he's disappointed in black people and how we're not really celebrating, but online and this and that. So I guess he's going after white money. The grift is always going to supersede the people. The hate and everything is always going to supersede. So I guess he's trying to get white dollars. A lot of people said, there it is right there. You can read, let me stand, because I'm not looking at, I'll read what he says.
Let me see who this caller is. Who this caller line are open?
Go ahead.
Yeah, hey Tyrone.
Hey, what's up, Joe? You want to let Elisa read that thing first, and then you go after her?
I'll read it real quick. While I did not agree with Mr. Kirk's rhetoric and considered him to be an anti-black bigot, I will never rejoice at the loss of life of anyone who hasn't directly participated in unaliving a member of the black African race. I'm ashamed to see members of my community celebrating the situation. I will never ask you to mourn the loss of the enemy of our race, but to celebrate an unaliving is completely unacceptable. We know all too well that the greatest
your phone doing the space signing thing, Lisa. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Can you hear me clearly? Is it me?
No.
I can hear you clearly.
Okay, well, you sound like okay. Start where members of my community celebrating. Start that.
Can you hear me clearly now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. I'm ashamed to see members of my community celebrating this situation. I will never ask you to mourn the loss of an enemy of our race, but to celebrate an unaliving is completely unacceptable. We know all too well that the greatest recipients of political assassinations in this country have been our own people. Stop laughing at the misfortunes of others and get prepared. Political assassinations have returned to the United States of America, courtesy of the deep state. Political assassinations has not returned to America. Political assassination has never left. America has been a violent country since its inception. It just has been. And people's like, oh my God, this is not us. Yes, it is us. Yes, this is America. America is violent as hell. And that's what I was telling somebody today. And I posted the pictures of the four little girls that were bombed in that church back in the
Mm-hmm.
60s. America is violent as hell. And political discourse and political violence, it doesn't just only affect politicians, it affects everyday people. Hell, most of the leaders in our community that has been subjected to political violence, they weren't politicians. Martin Luther King is not a politician. Medgar Evers, some people were politicians. So this type of political violence, and it wraps all up into one, affects all of us. So as I said, I don't have nothing to say to Charlie about Charlie Kirk.
Well, Umar Johnson full of
Best with,
Umar Johnson full of shit with that one.
yeah, somehow he's disappointed. I didn't see anybody celebrating on my timeline. I saw people saying that some of y'all should stop trying fronting on this here thing.
Well, it don't matter if
But
they did or didn't
I
celebrate. I'm not gonna celebrate, but I'm not gonna feel sorry for that joker. But it don't matter if they do celebrate or not. They got a right to. You got the oppressor that's out there every day, talking shit about our community, putting us in danger. And if something happened to him, that's okay for people to say, okay, I'm glad he gone. There ain't nothing wrong with that. There ain't nothing wrong with that. Cause look at what he did with George Floyd. Look, he tried to get he tried to get he's saying that Derek Chauvin needs a pardon, and he was saying George Floyd died from a drug overdose and all that. So he was celebrating the death of George Floyd.
he was doing that, and then he also has said, he said that as far as we're gonna lose like a sense with gun violence, he said that's the trade-off that we have to have for our God-given right. He not that. What is the guns rights? Is that first, fourth? Which one is the gun rights? My brain is
the
not
Second
working.
Amendment.
The Second Amendment. Thank you. The Second Amendment. He didn't even the Second Amendment. He was like, it's our God-given right to own guns. So I mean, he was about that life. He was about that life. But the problem is, he never thought it would happen to him. His family never thought that these horrific things would happen to him. So he said that's the trade-off, because it was some killing or shooting at a school or something, and I think some children had gotten killed.
Yeah, Evergreen
And
School.
like
I just talked about that. That happened the same day at 12 o'clock.
No, not that. It was another school shooting that had happened some time back, and some students were killed. And he was asked about that, his stance on that. And that's when he said, well, that's a trade-off that he's willing to accept. And the people cheered. He said, for our God-given right to gun ownership, he said it was a God-given right. So that's just a trade-off. That's what he said. So, I mean, he was about that life. I'm not about that life. So he was about that life. And when you live and you speak about that life,
All right.
That's what he said.
What's up, Joe?
Yeah, hey, I just wanted to say, I said this last night, I'll say it again. Charlie Kirk was the spiritual successor to David Duke. David Duke years ago, realized that if you water down a racist message, a lot of white people will drink it because they don't see it as extreme, so they'll drink it. And he almost made it to be the governor of Louisiana using that strategy. Most of the people that Charlie Kirk are talking to and recruiting are too young to remember that, and also probably don't understand that this is where he gets his style from, and so that and tapping into the angst of white male youth. White male youth are going through an identity crisis. They think
Yep.
They think that
Yep.
somehow they're being demonized for being men and doing things that men do, and that's not the case at all. So tapping into that vein is dangerous, as you see, and this is what you get.
It's dangerous. Very dangerous. The problem with white men and the white male youth is that everything that was promised to them by the forefathers, all the violence and everything that went on, and how they got this country, how they built this country, they were promised that they would be able to all of this and that they would be sitting on top, and they're unable to realize that dream. So they had given them somebody again over and over and over to point the finger at. It's because of them. No, it's not. It's because of unchecked capitalism. Why you can't reach your dreams. It's not because of nobody. And then one of the main things, they do not like competition. They don't want competition. They want it just to be given to them. That's what they're going on, identity crisis. That's what they're going through.
Well, I don't know about competition, but I do know that there's a certain aspect to white masculinity that has a toxic element to it. And I really hate using the term toxic masculinity because it's such a catch-all for a lot of cliches. What?
Well, that's what it is. That's what it is.
Yeah. There's an element to white male culture that definitely delves into that territory, and usually that's expressed with guns. Usually that's expressed with violence. Usually that's expressed with hate. ABC put it in the chat. Don't say anything controversial. That's crap. You can say anything controversial you want, but at the end of the day, you have to be responsible and stand behind what you're saying. And if you're going to throw a rock and hide your hand, then you're going to get called out for it. But also too, if you are going to open up that vein, you better be prepared for what comes out. And a lot of people dabble and play, even you, ABC, when you start mentioning these things.
Y'all keep talking, I'll be right back.
You're surprised. Yeah, you're surprised that it comes back to you. But at the end of the day, man, words matter more than anything else. Now,
it does.
Let me qualify this by saying I don't condone violence. All right, I don't condone trying to express yourself politically through violent means. However, this is the tone of the government that we're in now. This is the flavor of the month now. We're not in a world where things are settled diplomatically or strategically. We're in an era where might makes right, as Sarge and Mr. Solutions like to constantly say. And when you're in a situation where might makes right, you can't bitch and moan and cry when that might is applied to you. So that's all I'll say about that.
But let me say what I mean by competition. A lot of it is competition, where you have people that come along that are better, and you have to really fight to do whatever it is you're doing that's better. You take how society was before, like with sports. I'll just use this. When all of the sports was white. And then after others were able to get involved and others were able to partake, others were able to compete, you see that they're better than you. In the same way, like they was doing all that fussing and fighting about tech, and when that whole mess went on with Elon and I can't think of the Indian, that old fool, and they was talking about that the East Indians from India and this and that they're better at this and there's this and that, and they was like, well, such and such, and basically he was saying, well, they're better. So what that means is you got real competition out here. That it's just not given to you on a platter, like how it was with some back in the day and how they thought it would be. You stifle everybody else's greatness, everybody else's opportunity, but then it's all yours. So you don't want any competition, anybody coming against you trying out for things that you want, that you feel should be yours. That's what I mean by competition. And that's a big part of it. I mean, they probably don't mind competing against one another, but they don't want somebody that they deem lesser to show themselves as being better. It really is that simple. That doesn't mean that everybody else is better than them. That just means everybody is equal. Some are better, some are lesser, whatever. But they just want it all to be handed to them on a platter. Is the way they thought it should be and should be. Like they said, America should be a white country. After you done got used and got everything from other people, and they couldn't even make, when they first came to the Americas, the settlers and things like that, they realized they couldn't do it all alone. So they had to force people in, and they had to allow other people to come in. So, I mean, and now it's like, well, my child, because when all that whole mess was going on with Elon and Ramaswamy, and them on Twitter, they were fighting against those white people and stuff back and forth. And Elon wants the Indians from India to come over here and work in tech. And basically, Ramaswamy was like, well, they're better. They're better. And they did not like that. They did not like that. They don't like competition. They feel it should all be theirs. That's what I mean by that, competition.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm looking at the chat, and I don't know, Sarge thinks I must be talking in person. No, Sarge, I'm not talking in person. But I'm just saying, you know, if you're going to put the words out there, then you have to be prepared for how the words are accepted and reacted to by the people that are receiving it.
Yep.
And you know, sometimes you know, shit gets out of control. I ain't gonna lie. Sometimes you can put things in the ether that take on a life of its own, like various quotes and stuff that you hear, you know, from various figures. They take on a life and of their own to the point where, you know, they morph into something that wasn't even said. But it's close enough, and people will say, okay, well, it's close enough. That's all that matters to me. But this is the world that we live in. Words are important.
Mm-hmm.
Words. We rarely remember acts. We remember words more than acts, unless the act is major, like a World War or something like that. But you know, there are really a handful of acts that have transcended time. But mostly, what transcends time are the words that people speak. These are the ones that we quote all the time. These are the ones that we hold as truth. So, like I said, Charlie Kirk was a master at watering down a racist message to make it acceptable to quite a few people. And it kind of blows my mind that so many black people responded to it. I don't understand what they saw in that message, because he was definitely on code for his people. He wasn't on code for all.
Yeah. Joe, what do you think? What do you think about the shooter? Do you think that he was? You just guessed, don't nobody know. Do you think that he was on the left or the right, or there's still a toss up for you?
I don't know. You know, to be honest with you, I don't think he was on the left. I think that somebody mentioned another platform that, you know, Charlie Kirk, you know, was hard on Trump for the Epstein files, and then all of a sudden reversed course on that. It could have been somebody connected to that. You know, I don't know. You know, I haven't the slightest idea. I do know one thing, though. It is not our issue. We do not need to be involved in it. It is a white-on-white issue. Yeah, it's a white-on-white issue, you know, and they need to do it the best way they can. It has nothing to do with us.
Yeah, that's a Sergeant ABC issue there.
Yeah, it's such a white-on-white issue. That's nothing to do with us. It really doesn't. So, Tyrone, as far as that question, what was it? Someone right-leaning or left-leaning? I'm still going to have to fall on the side of that was that's something right-leaning. I do. I mean, but who knows?
Well, who knows?
Who knows? But who knows? But it's definitely, and whoever, if they catch someone and whoever they drag out in front of and drag out into the public square, that doesn't mean it was that. That doesn't mean that that's the truth, actually, because they're gonna ride this until the wheels fall off. You know, so we may never know what it really was all about. Because I've also heard some people were saying that, let's see how I can say this for YouTube, that there's all types of things that's being planned so a regime can do certain things that they want to do.
Yeah.
You follow what I'm saying with that? Yeah, so.
I got you. I wasn't putting nothing past these people. Who's this unknown caller?
Yes.
Big J here. Yeah.
Hey, what's happening?
What's up, Big J?
Hey, Big J.
How y'all doing?
You back from the conclave, Big J? Did you go to the conclave?
No. Where was all this energy when Charlie Kirk went ahead and went after the fire chief of Austin and saying that the fire chief of Austin, who was black, allowed the people to drown during the flood? Where's all those people at? Where is Sarge at? Where's ABC at? Where are those black conservatives at? See, every time though I hear crickets, every time, you know, it's just crickets, and nobody want to be honest, you know, and that's my problem, because everybody around here want to troll, and they try to trigger people. What does that have to do with race? Okay, ABC, the word was DEI. Charlie Kirk accused the fire chief of Austin, Texas, for not rescuing the people during the flood. When that happened hundreds of miles away from Austin. Every time, though, Charlie Kirk says something stupid, y'all never check his ass, and it's falsified information. Now somebody had enough, and it took matters in their own hands. No, you call out your own people out first before you call somebody else out. And then, though, while we having this, don't sit there and talk about, oh, he was a great Christian, and since y'all want to talk about that Bible, what does it say about the log jam in your eye and you try to put out a splinter in somebody else's? Take that log jam out of your eye out before you talk about splinter in somebody else's. That's a problem with you fucking ass conservatives. No, the criticism is not valid because that's like blaming me if I was a fire chief at Corpus Christi and something happened in Houston, I'm to blame for it. If something happened in Dallas and something happened in Atlanta, why should I get blamed for something that happened in Atlanta when I'm over here in Dallas? If something happened in Oklahoma City, should I be blamed for something that happened in Omaha, Nebraska? I am being specific. You're being tone deaf. And people really getting tired of that bullshit. Because y'all not honest what's going on. Because you worry about punks and people putting dicks up each other's asses and shit. You worry about gays. You worry about transgender. You worry about that type of fucked up shit. When it comes to real world shit, real world, from the bigger perspective, you're worried about the wrong damn thing. Yeah, guilty percent. Okay, remember the flood? See, I don't know why ABC say that bullshit in the chat room. Remember the flood about 2-3 months ago? That happened before the 4th of July.
I ain't want to cut you off, man, but did they ever find all them people?
Yeah, some of them, yeah. It's about like 300 people.
Okay.
The thing is, right? Charlie Kirk got on his punk ass podcast and said, well, the reason why some of the people drowned because the DEI hire from you remember that?
Yeah, he was talking about that fire.
Yeah, I remember it. I remember that. I remember it.
Right. So I don't know why niggas in the chat room talking about Pacifics. Because I talked about it on this show when it happened. See, I'm going to say something. Next time a black person being falsely accused of some shit, y'all better have some fun, a GoFundMe for a lawyer and start suing people. The police chief of this county allowed this shit to happen. The fire chief who's black, he's DEI, was allowed this shit to happen. No. You niggas worry about the wrong shit. And then though, today, I didn't know that black people got blamed for what happened yesterday.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That is crazy.
Black people got blamed for what happened yesterday. But wait a minute. Black people don't live in Utah. Find me a nigga that live out there in Utah. So now though it's rap music. Now it's gangster rap is a reason why Charlie Kirk got killed. Oh my God. Came out of a nigga's mouth. Came out of that nigga named Jason punk ass got a small dick Whitlock.
How did he say rap music caused it? That is crazy.
Man, I'm listening to Tyrone, I'm listening to it. I said, listen, it's coming. I'm watching it. And soon, like 20 minutes into his rant, he start mentioning niggas. Oh, gangster rap. Oh, NBA players, NFL players. And we need to go back to God because the NBA players and rap music is the reason why we hadn't got. Oh, my God. Black people was remotely. See, niggas like him need to be confronted with that coon shit. He be confronted.
But, not to interrupt you a second, Big J, I think you're hitting on a point without even realizing it, or maybe you do realize you just haven't articulated it yet. We're living in an age where influencers, are shaping society. Charlie Kirk was an influencer. He had no political experience, nothing. He was just an influencer. And so you get guys that get, a million followers or 2 million followers, and all of a sudden they're thrust into the public eye with their platform. Candace Owens is a classic example of that. She has no credentials other than being a commenter on society with a whole bunch of followers. And so Jason Whitlock and all these guys, Umar and all these guys are chasing the clout that comes with that. And, it's just sad, that something happens and you get 1 million podcasters and influencers all commenting on the same shit over and over and over and over and over. Go ahead, finish your monologue here because I think you lighten them up.
Yeah. See, I said this years ago. Yeah. That's my point. The internet allows these, this is no. I know people want to try to make it. Well, Big A, you're just a liberal, or you're just a Democrat, or you this, that, third. This has nothing to do with Democrat, Republican, liberal, or conservative. This is about lying. This is about grifting. We live in the age of grifting. Now, if you got a conservative like George Will, I'll listen to a George Will. Now some of y'all might know who George Will is. You see him on them Sunday morning shows. George Will, I'm willing to listen to him. But if you got someone like Charlie, huh?
He's an old George was an old school conservative, real old school.
Right. I'd rather listen to George Will than listen to Rush Limbaugh and Sean Hannity and Glenn Beck and that coon ass nigga Jason Whitlock. And also them punk niggas from the manosphere. And yes, I see Anger Man on Fox. I see them see Kevin Samuels on Fox. You see all them niggas on Fox say publishing that saying DEI and all that shit for the last 5, 6 damn years. And it is a problem that we got people claiming to be conservative, but when you listen to them talk, the only damn thing they want to police is, what's between a woman's legs. That's the only reason why I know they are conservative, because they keep talking about we need a traditional woman. That's the only reason why I know they voted for Trump, because they thought that Trump was going to put women back into the kitchen. Rather than talking about actual real policy. You want to talk about policy? Yeah. Let's have a debate about taxes. Let's have a debate about trade. But if you voting for Donald Trump because you can't get laid, or because you trying to correct a black quote unquote bitch, see, I gotta go there. And now though they're all Anton Daniels, and then they're all sucking on Charlie Kirk's dick when Charlie Kirk sit there and talk shit about the black people all the damn fucking time. People getting tired of y'all. All that hoorah bullshit. That shit ain't right. Yo, they're tricking the people. That's all you do is antagonize the people and trigger people.
Do you think that they want something to happen, Big J?
Yeah. Because they already closed down some HBCUs already. Because they already seen there about five colleges, 5 black colleges that they had to close down the last 18 hours.
Yeah, I seen.
Because they were receiving threats. I don't know if you already reported that or not.
Yeah, I seen it. I talked about it.
Okay. So
hey Big J.
Yeah.
At my college, they actually brought Charleston White down there to talk.
Right. You brought that coon nigga Charleston White to come down there. So Charleston White can talk shit about black people this. Well, wasn't Charleston White talking about he want to grape and sexual assault Asian women and nobody ain't put his ass to the side? This is a problem. See, these social media companies need to be held responsible for a lot of this, because anytime you got this community guidelines, you got the terms of service. Now, me, you, and Tyrone, you and I are content creators, right?
Mm-hmm. Somewhat.
We make YouTube videos. Every time we do a video and upload a video, it says, make sure what you upload on YouTube goes by the terms of service and the community guidelines.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what the content that they put out on YouTube goes against YouTube policies. The sexism, the racism. You got niggas around here talking about those. Oh, I want to marry I have a 16-year-old fiance. Oh, let's have sex with soon as a girl have her first menstrual cycle. Oh, if it bleeds, we breathe.
Mm.
And these are the same niggas that hang around with each other, and then you see them on Fox News. And you see them linking up with Myron Gaines. You see them hooking up with Pearl. You see them hooking with Angerman, with Tommy. They're all hooking up, and you see them on Fox News. Every time I go on Fox News, who I see? I see Thomas. I go on Fox News, I see Anger Man. So I don't want to hear, where are people who are genuine with their ideology? And that's why we got Trump. Trump is another influencer. He don't have no real policy. Because I said it during his first term. A president is usually judged by the legislation that Congress passed, right? What he passed in Congress. That's how the president usually judged by. He ain't passed that shit. Ain't much many laws he passed in Congress. He ain't no FDR or LBJ or even Ronald Reagan. So no, all he is a loudmouth white trash, a rich white trash, where these mud steals. I'm gonna call it mud steals. Donald Trump is a mud steal president, and mud steals are white people of the bottom class, and they just voted for Donald Trump because they want to get ahead of black people, but they can't get ahead of black people. Right, exactly, MJ. They need to do an internet cleanup. Your IQ drop. Listen to the people. Yeah. But I'm done with this rant.
They made with the internet is that they just allowed everybody to get on there. There should have been some type of test to get on the internet. They just let everybody on here.
Right. And that's how Charlie Kirk got popular. Just repeating talking points. And when you try to engage with, okay, where did these talking points came from? Oh, I don't want to hear it because you want to kill babies or you want people to dress, you want men to dress up in skirts and shit. ABC, yes, ABC, yes. Since though you're not getting the point, ABC, since you're not getting the point, I'm gonna let you accuse me of wanting censorship. No, I want Google. MJ, thank you. Cause what ABC said, he's not using critical thinking. He's not using critical thinking skills. He said, are y'all asking to be censored? Advocating censorship? No, I'm advocating for Google and YouTube to abide by their terms of service and their community guidelines. That's all I said. I ain't said nothing about no censorship.
They've already had censorship confused with these private companies. The ABC been saying that dumb shit for I don't know how long. I don't know why. It's not censorship. When Google and them do it, that's their business. They can.
Tyrone. Huh? Yeah. What guys like ABC don't realize is this. Yes, you have the right to free speech, but guess what? I also have the right to call out your bullshit, as free speech. So I mean, it cuts both ways, bro. You can't just say what you want and not get a response under the same banner of free speech. And this is why you mute everybody. You're Mr. Mute because while you rally for free speech, you are very limiting in how it's operated on your platform. So as certain folks say, I see a contradiction there.
Right.
No speech is free. Free speech has never been free. I know people go free. Yeah, you're free to say what you want, but there's always going to be good consequences and bad consequences. So
there's always been these limitations on speech. It's not really free. I mean, you can't say certain things.
It's not free.
Yeah.
Free speech is not free. You just have to be prepared for what comes back, good or bad. But you're free to say it.
And you can't call it free speech on these platforms, especially when they got policies.
No, you can.
Yeah.
Policies and stuff, these are privately owned things. They have policies. You have to follow by that. The government, as far as government things, they say you free
But that's
as it relates to that.
But that's a white mentality that ABC has because he think that he can go anywhere and do anything, just like white people can do, and that's what white people think, that they can just do anything. That's why they come up with these Karens, because these Karens think that they can go anywhere and do anything.
Just do anything. Well, you can, Tyrone, but it's not free.
No, you get consequences.
Not free, and I don't. There's consequences to that, cause and effect. And I don't see people keep coming up with free speech, free speech. Okay. You go ahead and say any kind of thing out your mouth. You see how free it is. This whole thing is just awful. And maybe if the media wasn't compromised, maybe if other people wasn't so stupid, people weren't so compromised and stupid, misinformation, disinformation, it would have been more checking of that rhetoric. And guess what? He might still be alive.
Well, yeah, all of that rhetoric, they allowed the racism, they allowed the xenophobia, they allowed all of this hate speech, and it just got over time. It got worse and worse and worse and worse and worse, and it's still getting worse because now it's in the White House. The President of the United States even addressing this incident right here, targeted the political opponents in his speech, saying that he was going to shut down Democrat-led things, and so it's just getting worse. All this stuff is getting worse.
Radical left and all kind of stuff. So, I mean, he might still be alive if the media was doing their job. Yeah. If people weren't so foolish and misinformed and disinformed and hateful, he might still be alive. Because you might have been able to check him on some of that stuff, and more people would have heard it. But people just let it fly loose. Let all that stuff fly loose. Then when people get hurt, oh my God.
I bet you, any amount of money, Tyrone, you can name the amount, that we learn more about the guy that shot Charlie Kirk than the guy that shot Trump here.
Yeah, I think and this is my conspiracy. I think that Trump shit was kind of like a setup or something, man. Something happened there. I don't know what it was.
I agree with you, Tyrone. I know that just is I agree with you on that.
There's something strange about that.
And remember the second dude with the pink or the orange shirt on, hiding in the bushes? That was a complete foolishness setup that he couldn't even get it together to do what he was supposed to do. I don't know. That whole Trump thing never felt right. It never felt right.
And this is, I blame Ronald Reagan. I'm gonna tell you why. He got rid of the fairness doctrine.
Yep.
If the fairness doctrine was still in place, you wouldn't have you wouldn't be having no NSNBC. You wouldn't be having no Fox News or what's that racist one? Newsmax and
Newsmax. Yeah.
And OAN. You will be having all these news networks, putting out false information on both sides of the spectrum. They leave out certain information out. So now though, you got people want to talk about, what about Chicago? What about Chicago? Yeah, okay. The only reason why y'all talk about Chicago is because Obama came from Chicago. That's the only reason why. And then on top of that, Omaha, Nebraska is worse than Chicago. Fresno, California is worse than Chicago. But because Fresno, California is mostly white and Asian, nobody want to talk about Fresno. And since Omaha is a bunch of white rural farmers acting a fool, nobody want to talk about it. But because Chicago has black politicians and got a black mayor and a sizable black population, let's put all our folks on Chicago. But see, you lying when you try to make everything about Chicago rather than about all the other cities that have violent crime. It makes no, it's really disgusting. And then now the argument, it's kind of like that shit with Kamala Anthony case down here in Texas, right? Oh, Kamala Anthony stabbed the meth cap kid off the meth cap because he didn't have a father in his home. Motherfucker, no. Kamala Anthony lives in the house that his daddy owns. He lives in the same roof, on the same roof with his daddy. So I don't want to hear reason why though the meth cap kid got killed because Kamala Anthony came from a single parent home. Y'all lying when y'all do that shit. But he came from a 2-parent household. Oh, we got to talk about rap music. We got to talk about black culture. But I wonder if they're gonna talk about white culture. Are we gonna talk about why white men who are married and got kids, they don't hang around in the same house with the kids. They off at the office, they taking care of the kids, they put all the responsibility of the kids on their wives.
Yeah. You talking about fatherless homes. Talk about fatherless
school shootings.
Go ahead, Elisa.
No, I was gonna say I was co-signing BJ. Them school shootings, a lot of times there's some middle class or whatever white kids in homes with their parents being ignored. That's all. Like, go ahead.
Well, yeah. When you talk about fatherless homes, Charlie Kirk wife, she need to go ahead and get her another husband right quick, or she ain't.
Don't say that, Tyrone. Tyrone, don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that.
Hey, Big J, did you hear about the 13-year-old kid that had the 34 guns?
The 13-year-old kid got 34 guns?
34 guns? He was planning something?
No, I haven't.
Yeah. Look it up. Google. There's a 13-year-old kid they arrested. He had 34 guns of all types: shotguns, pistols, assault weapons, thousands of rounds of ammunition.
That is ridiculous.
Yeah.
I ain't hear about that.
13 years old. Yeah.
Sound about right. Oh, and BJ, Alaska. The violent crime rate in Alaska is much higher than Chicago, Illinois.
Is it? Right. Who the hell they killing up there in Alaska? Damn.
They crime rate is violent up there, and there's people up there, and the crime rate is high in Alaska. Google it. Whoever don't believe me.
No, I believe you. I believe you because what? They're a bunch of meth addicts. Methamphetamine bad up there. Yeah. So I wouldn't be surprised. And it's kind of like when Biden, I'm talking about Biden's son, Hunter Biden, was talking about the crack and cocaine. Why cocaine is, the disparities between cocaine and crack. It's the same substance. But you're over here killing, you over there making one, yeah. That's the problem.
And that stuff needs to be checked, and it's not checked, and it just goes out there to the ethos, and these types of things. Maybe somebody had checked this man, because I saw black people saying, some conservative black magazines saying today, people were just mad because they couldn't beat Charlie Kirk in a debate. Are you kidding me?
What? Charlie Kirk debates, I don't know how they let him get away with it. I don't listen to him like that, but I listen to a little bit of him today.
Me either. I don't listen to him like that.
It's illogical.
Because I didn't even know he had children.
His arguments are straight illogical. I don't know how they let him get away with that.
Yeah, a bunch of 30-year-old, 40-year-old men trying to debate college kids. No, debate somebody in your own age group. And every time when Charlie Kirk debates somebody with his own age group, he get his ass handed to him. It's like that almost every time he get his ass handed to him. Stop going on these college campuses trying to debate somebody else's child. No, you bait the people in your own age. No, you have Myron, from Fresh and Fit, going around here talking about women should not have rights, women should not vote. Change my mind, and then say a lot of disgusting things to women on these college campuses. See, it needs to be stopped. You're antagonizing people, and then y'all want to play victim when somebody said had enough of the disrespect. It's not about politics. It's about disrespect.
Oh, and Tyrone, about that Umar Johnson statement, he helped to put a target on black people's back by saying things like that. That's putting a target on black people's back, him saying that. But I think he's probably trying to get white money.
Well, true. That's true. See, I'm of two minds of that, right? I'm of two minds with, because I am reading what Umar said, right? I'm of two minds of that, right? You're right. It does put a target on black people's back, right? It put like a bad signal, right? But at the same time, when Amanda Seals and Feminita Jones soon as it was announced that they was doing right.
Yeah, I heard what they said.
So on that part, I would agree with Umar on that.
What did they do? What did Amanda Seals and that other lady do?
They were celebrating as soon as it was announced. They got announced.
Okay, but you know what? I don't fault people for celebrating, man. So fuck all that. Because look, Charlie Kirk celebrated every day he turned on that goddamn camera when he was talking about he couldn't trust a black pilot. When he was talking about George Floyd, when they were talking about all this shit, so he celebrated every time he fucking said that shit. So I ain't
granted, but you know what? I don't want to sound a certain way, but when you are, no, I'm not gonna say it because it's gonna sound bad.
I get it. Why people shouldn't celebrate, but I'm not gonna say nothing against them because they do. It ain't right because that was a human that lost his life, and we should have some humanity and all that kind of stuff. But what Charlie?
Black people need to stay out of it. The black people need to stay out of it.
Right. Right. Black.
Stay out of it.
Yeah, black people should stay out of it. That's the point. And for those women to saying that, for Feminita Jones and Amanda Seals doing all that, let's pop a bottle of champagne and shit. I'm like, listen, you are women, and
stay out of it.
Right, you are a woman. I know it's gonna sound misogynistic or sexy, something like that.
It's not misogynistic. I know exactly what you're getting at, and I agree.
Right. I think that you're inviting harm from white men to you, and then black men, some of the black men have to defend you. So and then black men going to get killed defending you. So that's the point I'm trying to make out of that. You're making it worse.
I get what you're saying.
Black people stay out.
It's not misogynistic. Some people might look at it that way, but you're looking at it. You're trying to express it in a way of safety and concern. I get what you're saying. I do. Totally. Because they mad at Charlemagne the God ripping him a new one because of something he said about it. So, at D.L. Hughley because of what he said about it. If they want to come out here, then
Right. So yeah, I think the women in the black community need not to say anything. Don't celebrate the shit because you're really writing violence upon yourself. And then when men start to come out the woodwork, you're making it worse. So I think they'll just stay out of it. You know, it's not. Yeah, stay out of it. You know, for like the most part.
For concern. That's why I said when I first came on tonight that I really don't have anything to say about that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really have much to say about that because people don't put no target on your back needlessly. Don't come out in front. Be phony. Don't have to be phony about it, but don't put a target on your back needlessly. That's how I feel about it. Maybe it's old fashioned, but that's just how I feel about it. It might be old fashioned, but that's how I feel about it. As far as women are concerned, if these men want to come out here, and that is old fashioned. So, still, Lisa, how could you say that? How could you feel that way? How could you? I'm sorry. It's just that black women got a target on their back from this whole administration as it is. Black people.
Well, yeah, I understand the concern, but you know, there's a lot of people that really got hurt by Charlie Kirk, and so whenever he got his tracheotomy, you know, people they felt some type of way.
Tyrone. Tyrone. Don't put no target on your back.
Hey, what's up, mama's boy?
Peace, Tyrone. I'm going to just put my little 2 cents on the shelf and go on about my business. At one point, am I supposed to ask, where's the humanity if in the middle of the Klan tearing up my village, I accidentally spot 2 Klan members shoot each other? I don't think that's supposed to happen. I think while they're tearing up my village, I'm probably not going to even give a fuck about 2 Klan members shooting each other. I'm still going to be concerned about what's going on with my village. So that's my 2 cents. I hope it helps somebody. Peace, y'all.
Well, I get why I understand how it looks, you know, when people start doing that type of stuff. You know, I'm not going to do it, but I understand why people would, because that guy got on social media and he makes it bad for black people. I think he really do.
Yes, he does. He calls us like Umar Johnson. How dare you say he didn't physically? He didn't have to physically harm someone to harm them.
Umar Johnson, that was stupid. Yeah, because I mean, if that's the case, does that mean that the slave owners that stayed in the house and didn't get their hands dirty weren't responsible in part for slavery? Do we give them an excuse because they didn't go out there and physically harm some damn body? That's stupid. Umar Johnson sounds stupid.
He caused a lot of harm. He caused a lot of harm to our community. Probably more harm than somebody coming to beat you up or something like that. That type of that causes more harm than physical harm. Than those words. Words can kill. Look at Dylan Roof.
I mean, he organized.
Dylan Roof. Listen,
yeah, he organized his organization, Turning Point USA. That's a media outlet that was focused on black people and all that kind of shit. Umar Johnson crazy as hell.
Yeah, because look, Dylan Roof was turned out by those types of people, and look what he did. And that young white guy who shot up that supermarket in Buffalo, he was turned out, and kill all those black people and stuff. He was turned out by someone. That type of rhetoric and that type of stuff, it causes violence and harm.
Yeah, it converts some black people too. I mean, I seen a black woman crying, talking about, "Oh, Charlie." I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with these people?
I saw that. And it caused her harm because look how foolish she looked. So, I mean, it's caused a lot of harm. I think she was African, I think a woman was African.
We're going to have these spoil wars.
She was African, so she might don't even live here, so she probably doesn't quite get what all is happening here. That's what I'm saying. I don't think
it don't matter if she African or not. I mean, they grown.
No, she's not American. That's what I should say.
Well,
it's not because she's African why she's stupid. That's what I'm saying. Because I don't do xenophobia.
Well,
xenophobia. I don't do that. But I just think she doesn't quite get it.
She black, so she should know. I mean, hell, they colonized her goddamn continent. So I mean, she should know these motherfuckers who they is.
But it might be more the Christianity and Jesus and stuff that he's, because he's talking a lot of that. So she might, if that might be playing a role.
And I'm glad you said that because this is the type of stuff I was trying to warn people about years ago when I was talking about religion, and it's just getting worse and worse because that's his foundation is Jesus the Christ, and he's promoting a whole lot of Christians,
And I think that's her problem, the Christian part. That's why she was carrying on, because she just heard the Christian part that he was speaking. Well, I don't know what kind of Christianity he was speaking, but you get what I'm saying. I think that was what's going on with her. A lot of people, they don't really see through that Christianity stuff, because I mean, Christianity is used like a knife and like a sword and like a gun. It's always been used as that.
Yeah, they'll put their religion before their race. They put their religion before their race, and anybody that say they're Christian, then they'll go right along with it. That's just
facts.
God, God says do this, and God, in the name of God, like the guns is our God-given right. No, the Second Amendment. God is, I'm not Christian, so I don't know what God has said about guns, but
God told people, hey, defend yourself. That's what he telling the Hebrews and those at the time. No, defend yourself. That was the point. That's where the whole God-given right when it comes to guns came about. I think that's where that if you follow the see like people don't not really the guns part. It's more about self-defense part. But and
they take that type of stuff and bastardized it.
Right.
That's the problem.
Right. And Western Christianity is a mile wide but an inch deep.
Mm-hmm.
It's a mile wide and an inch deep. How are you gonna be a Christian when you got Palestinian people being bombed and killed? How are you gonna be a Christian when you took other Christians who, because it's supposed to be saying, help your Christian brothers out, help your brother out. When they come across your southern border, you ain't treating them in tradition form. You treating them as subhuman.
Yeah, because it's not about Christianity, man. It's about creating a Taliban over here in America, an extremist group.
Right.
That's what they're trying to have is some type of theocracy or some bullshit.
And I thought we're all supposed to be I haven't been Christian, but aren't we all supposed to be God's children?
But see, they don't care about none of that. They don't care about the religion. They care about how can I say it? I think they care about the political part, and they're using God to bolster up the politics or some bullshit.
Like they're looking at the image. It's the image of the suburban white man and the suburban white woman, and they're flanked by children on a picture. That's their image of Christianity. If because I don't know. Tyrone, you live in a red state. I live in a red state, right? Every time there is an election, they always talk about values. I'm here for Texas values. I'm here for South Carolina values, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
They always say that in every election day, but what do you mean by values? And you put the image of the politician and their spouse, and they have the children flank around them. And that's their version of Christianity. Ain't nothing about, I got a policy to help the poor or help the orphan or help the single mother or help people who are not of my racial tribe. It's mostly about domination over the other group of people that I just want to mention. That's what I talk about. Why Christianity in America is a mile wide and an inch deep. They don't give two fine fucks about single mothers. They don't give. They want to. They want to make them subhuman. They want all these other groups to be seen as subhuman.
Yep.
And you try to tell them that. Yeah.
And that's a shame too, because I mean, Christianity people do need that. I think that a lot of people need that in their life, but they bastardize it.
Tyrone, that's so good of you to say, because I said that to you years ago. Some people need it.
Yeah.
They do need it.
Yeah, you're right. I didn't used to say that, did I?
But you did.
But I think some people just need it, and they can have it as long as they don't interfere with other people's life.
Because when you say we need to get rid of it, I was like, whoa, wait, Tyrone. Some people need that. Yeah. And it does hold a lot of people at bay. So we're on the same page. All right now, Tyrone. But one other thing, my Christianity, I was Catholic with the Catholic school, the whole thing. And like how the right is talking about we need to avenge this, we need to this, and that. Here's another Christian phrase. I forgot how it went, but I had to look it up. Vengeance is mine. I will repay, says the Lord. What kind of Christians y'all out here hollering for vengeance and stuff? The Lord says vengeance needs to be taken. I will repay it. What happened to all of that? Vengeance is mine. That's what the Lord says. So these people don't care nothing about religion, but some do need it.
Yeah, because I can't even imagine that group of Republicans running around right now. If they didn't have something to hold on to, they'd be worse than what they is right now.
Yes. Yes, they will, because religion might make them stop and think before they do the most heinous. And a lot of people, a lot of other people, not just them, it's needed. It is needed. And I used to say that. I used to say that all the time. It's needed. Some people don't need it. I don't need it. I became a much better person.
Yeah, but
when I was no longer religious.
Charlie Kirk and them, they bastardize it. Charlie Kirk and who's the other dude?
They got it bastardized.
Like he's a Jew, right? That Shapiro dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's the strangest thing to me. I don't know how them Jews and Christians get along so well when the Jews don't even believe in their damn Jesus. It's just weird.
No.
That's just a weird thing to me. So.
And the Christians, the Christian fundamentalists, they believe that when the Christ comes back, that everybody who, whatever it is, my wording is off because I've been Christian a long time, that he's gonna get rid of everybody, and only the people who praise and whatever it is to him and in his name will be saved. But the Jews go along with the Christian fundamentalists. That makes no sense. That makes no sense because they don't adhere to Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
So everything is just so mixed up.
But guess what? If you read Islam, you read the Quran. Yeah, Jesus is in there.
But he's not a god though, is he?
No, he's more of one of the latter day prophets.
That's what I'm saying. The Jews acknowledge Jesus, but they don't look at him as a god.
Right. They don't see him as the Messiah. But in Islam, if you look at when it comes to Islam, Jesus is going to come back, but he's one of. He's not the one. He's one of who's coming. If you read the prophecy within Islam itself.
Yeah.
So
people need that. They need to hold on to that, but they don't need to radicalize it. They don't need to make people extremists whenever they believe in that stuff. That's where it becomes dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's when it's a weapon. It's used as a weapon. That's why I love the movie that Denzel did. What was the name of that movie? If you all haven't seen it, you need to see it because you all probably have seen it. Let me see. Denzel Washington movies. You all probably have seen it. The Book of Eli.
Yeah.
If it is, yeah, that was such a good movie, The Book of Eli, because that's what that guy was searching for a copy. The world had ended, and it was because of wars and all kinds of things like that. And they had got rid of every last Bible. But that one guy who was trying to take over again, he wanted a copy of it. He said because it was the greatest weapon. He was going to use it as a weapon, like how it's used now. The Book of Eli was that Book of Eli, that movie was so good. And you had to watch it a couple of times to pick up on everything before you get to the end. And a lot of people miss the ending when you're looking at Denzel. It was such a good movie, The Book of Eli. I love that movie.
Oh, I guess I got to see that one.
You should watch that time round and look at Denzel. That's all I'm gonna say. At the end, when because I'm not gonna tell the end, but at the end of the movie, when the camera, Denzel is dressed in white, laying down, and then the camera, it goes a close up to his face, and then you get it's like everything is just summed up in that whole close up of his face. It is such, and a lot of people miss it because I was telling my brother-in-law to watch it. He was like, "Oh my God, that is such a good movie." And I said, "Did you see the ending? Did you?" I said, "You got to go back and look at his face, and then call me back." And then he went back and he watched it. He was like, "Are you kidding me?" And I was like, "Yeah, yeah." He was like, "I missed that when I was first watching it." Like, you got to be kidding me. I was like, "Yeah." You got to pay attention to the close-up of Denzel's face as that camera goes into his face. It's such a good movie, and that's what they were trying to find another copy. And it was sort of like a Mad Max, type Mad Max world. They were living in dystopian type of a thing, and they were hunting and searching. They were hunting and searching for a Bible. That one guy, because he said, "I could rule again if I just get a hold of this book." And the people didn't know why he just wanted it so bad. And the different things, and they did find a copy. Denzel had one, but it was the kind of Bible it was. And you got to watch the close up of his face and the ending, and then you get it all. You get the whole movie. You kind of get it. It sums up in his face. I mean, I'll tell it if you want me to, but I think you probably want to watch it.
No, I don't mind. I'm downloading.
You mind if I tell it?
Yeah, I don't care what you.
Yeah, the Book of the. Oh, but you still need to watch it. It was a good movie. Denzel had a copy of the Bible, but the Bible was his copy of the Bible. It was in Braille. It was in Braille. And the guy who was trying to take over, who was trying to become a ruler and dominance over everybody by finding that book, he realized that Denzel, because he heard him talking, and he was like, where he learned those words and stuff. His girlfriend in the movie, the evil guy, his girlfriend in the movie, she was blind. And some things went on. And he was like, "Well, I'm going to need you to translate this." And then she looked at something that he did, and she was like, "No, I'm not doing anything." Anyway, the book ended up getting, I just go back and watch it. The book ended up getting burned or lost or whatever, so it was gone. But Denzel sat down at the end of the movie, I ain't going to tell you anymore, and when the camera, and Denzel was fighting, like, what's the guy from Keanu Reeves in that movie?
The Matrix.
Was fighting and killing. The Matrix, yes, he was killing up all these people. And at the end of the movie, when he was in this white shroud, and these people were trying to build a whole new library because the earth had gone to hell. and they were going to keep all the books, and they wanted a copy of the Bible. And so he had it all memorized in his head. So he was like on when he started at the beginning, recounting every word in that book, and somebody was writing it down because they were going to create a book. And then when the cameras zeroed in on Denzel, he was blind too. He was blind. But you have to watch the movie to see how he was able to do all that stuff, fighting all them people, killing all them people wherever he went. Every time people tried to steal food or money, because they used to have to trade different things for water and trade different. And he was fierce. He was like Keanu in the Matrix. And then when you get to the end, that man was blind the whole time. And then that's all I'm gonna say. He was blind the entire time of that whole movie. It was so good. It's one of the best movies. It should have done better at the box office than it did, because people slept on it until then. After it was released on DVD, then it became a cult classic.
Yeah.
Once you watched that was one of the best. Ooh, that was a good movie. And to find out that man was blind the whole time he was out here traveling across the United States in that desolate dystopian, everything was destroyed. And that old fool was like, if I get my hand on that book, and he was sending his old, like the Mad Max out trying to find these books, and they was all over the place, and they would bring back facts of books, but couldn't find one, because that was one of the things. Once that man destroyed everything, then the deal was those that were left, that it was getting rid of every copy of that book. And they did, except for one. And Denzel had it, and it was in Braille.
Mm-hmm. So they got rid of all the Bibles, huh?
Yes, they did. They got rid of it because that was the thing that started it off, and then everything went to nuclear war. Was the people fussing and fighting about religion and hate. Same type of thing that's going on right now. And nuclear war hit, and the planet got destroyed. But there's always going to be people like Mad Max, like those type of dystopian things. There's always going to be people in little colonies in different places. And Denzel was traveling to get to that place that he knew they was building, like another library of. I'm trying to think of what's that library that burned down Alexandria back in the way.
Mm-hmm.
And they were trying to keep some artifacts from mankind. So he was trying to make his way there. And they were living, I think it was Alcatraz. They had set up those people. They had set up so people couldn't get to them, because how the waters and things off of Alcatraz. And it was such a good movie. And it's so perfect. It's a perfect movie to watch. I would suggest everybody watch that right now. Because with all this hate and fussing and fighting and this and that, we're going to destroy everything.
Well, that's what Trump is on his way to doing. That's why I was trying to. I was trying to. I hate to see what Trump is about, but Trump is about destroying this country, and he's using religion to do it. Believe it or not. So,
if they keep on, and these different nations get to fussing and fighting, the first person who goes nuclear, that's it. So that's it.
And you can see the other countries ain't really saying too much to America. They watching us destroy ourselves. They just sitting back watching.
And we got a crazy man at the helm. He's not. I don't put nothing past what he would do. Them other leaders, they got restraint because they know somebody pop off with the wrong thing. That's the planet. But does he have restraint? Is there anyone around him? I don't think so.
No, I mean with his money and the way that he come about money and the way that he spend his money, he's buying his power. He's using his money to buy the courts. He's using his money to just buy whatever he want to, and it's working. He's using his money to scare people.
if you cause somebody to pop off and do something like a big old war or some type of something break out because of his stupidity and ignorance, and another country, some of these countries and stuff, if somebody pop off with something, that will destroy the whole planet. So no matter how much money anybody has,
Well, that's not important to
him.
him. What's important to him is that he try to siphon everything that he can out of the United States of America. I think that his goal is to be as rich as Elon.
Elon is not the richest person in the world anymore.
Right. But I'm just saying Trump wants that type of money.
That's what he's trying to be.
Yeah.
But if you destroy everything and you get these nations to pop it off because you don't know what you're doing and you don't have no restraint and somebody pop off, that's it. The planet is done. And then plus he's an old man, probably sick. What does he care? So that's what I'm saying. Anything is liable to happen. Everybody's flexing over here. This nation flexing. That nation. This is not it. This is not it. And we got a crazy person at the helm. I used to, as a child, when I was younger, used to wonder, what if we got a crazy person? And I did. I used to think all kind of weird things. A crazy person became the president.
Mm-hmm.
But I was like, nah, that wouldn't happen. We have safeguards for that. That's what I thought. We've had some bad ones, you know, but I mean, not nobody unstable and inept and put nothing but inept people around him. I used to think about it, but I never thought it did like this.
Yeah, I mean, he literally bought all branches of the government. He's got the executive branch, he's got the legislative branch, he's got the judicial branch. He got all them people listening to what he do, so he don't have to follow the law. And
not put no restraints.
Yeah.
And no restraint. I thought our country had better safeguards. Well, maybe we did. Maybe we do. I don't think we had the safeguards that we thought.
We're looking at military on our streets. The law is gone. Whenever he came up with his militia idea of creating ICE and attacking people of a certain color, there's no law in this country now. You know, I mean, of course there's law, but Donald Trump don't follow it. You know, Donald Trump do whatever the hell he want to do.
But that's why he needed his own militia and put a lot of money behind it. Because I think, I don't know, you're ex-military. I don't think he truly trusts the actual military people.
He don't. That's why he fired them. He fired the generals. Yeah.
I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about not the higher ups, just the regular people, the rank and file. Talking about them. I don't think he trusts them because they're the people too. They're part of us too.
Yeah.
I don't think that he quite trusts them to just do any kind of thing and just disobey Constitution. I don't think he can do whatever, but the generals and stuff like that. But the regular rank and file, they don't quite trust them. That is the whole purpose of the brown shirts that he's building up.
Yeah.
They will. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and it was in the news that he's literally recruiting white nationalists and racists to ICE. That's who's in ICE.
Yes. So he can trust them, but your average soldier, rank and file, a lot of them ain't gonna, like, if something was to really hit the fan, are the bulk of them gonna go along with that? They don't trust that. I don't think they don't trust them to do that. That's why they have to build their own thing. That's what this is. Because if you were still in the military, you wouldn't go along with that. I know my ex would not go along with that. None of the other members of the people, military people that I know, they wouldn't do that. They wouldn't go along with that.
There's a lot of people that wouldn't go along with it. You're absolutely right about that.
So I think that's why they had to build up their own. They putting all them billions into that and build up their own and lowering the age requirements and just letting anybody and giving them all these incentives and things and to pay for their children's college and stuff. They're trying to build that up because they do not trust the rank and file military to go along with this, not with what they want to do. They don't trust it. They don't trust that.
I wonder what the end goal is with all of that. I wonder what he's literally trying to do. I can't see what the end goal is. I know it ain't gonna be nothing
Study
good.
Nazi era Germany. That's the end goal. Domination. But that's just the problem. You're not going to be able to dominate these other countries like that.
Yeah.
We have from the most powerful military and most powerful stuff in the United States, but they want national domination, because you can't go be able to dominate these other countries like that, China and stuff like that. Look at Putin playing him for food.
I don't think that he's really interested in those other countries. I just think that he wants to rule.
He's not. It's here.
He wants to rule this place like a kingdom.
Yeah, here. That's what he's trying to do. Because you're not going to be able to rule those other countries like that. Xi and them and Russia and India and them. No, that's not happening. That's why they created their own thing over there, the BRICS. It's about national. It's national domination of the country here, and I don't care how far it go down, as long as they are able to dominate it.
Yeah,
that's my thoughts on it.
Well, yeah, and those other countries are isolating America. They really, I mean, China didn't cut America off to a great part, and I know these other countries, they're trying to trade with each other.
They're doing the same.
Yeah, so
they're doing the same. America wants isolation. We're gonna be isolated up over here all by ourselves, and you're gonna have a bunch of starving, sick, dragging people. That's what it's gonna be. And what them other nations. And yes, we have a very powerful military, but just like we got stuff, they got stuff too. You look like you about to pound off one on them. So they will pound off one on us as well. So it's not about trying to dominate them. You can't dominate the whole world. Not like this.
And I seen there was an interview where they had all of these farmers out there that voted for Trump, and now they're begging for handouts.
They're begging for them to put Biden's those incentives and things that Biden had to help the farmers, because he wiped all that out. So now I read an article today that they're going to sue the Trump administration to reinstate those Biden incentives and things like that is set aside for things that he had for the farmers. Well, if you all had voted for Kamala, they wouldn't have been taken away.
Yeah, that's another group of racists right there. Every damn one of them.
That's just the craziest thing. They're going to sue him to put back the Biden initiative.
And a lot of them was, even though Trump is making them go broke, a lot of them are still supporting Trump. I'm like, these people nuts.
They will vote for him tomorrow if they could, as long as they get those incentives put back.
You know what I found crazy about that moment? I was watching that video of all those farmers in that auditorium or gymnasium or whatever.
Yeah, I saw that.
They led the whole thing off with prayer. And I found that to be funny as hell, because they voted the man in that's fucking them, and now they praying to God to relieve them of the problem. That's the craziest shit I ever seen for in my life, right there. The crazy shit.
But you knew what to do. They knew what to do.
They voted him in.
Y'all voted him in. They knew what.
So what are you praying to God for? What are you praying to God for?
He answered your prayer, because that's you praying for Trump to win.
Exactly. Now you back praying to God, talking about take this cup from me that you just gave. Motherfucker, you should never ask for it.
That's that white ignorance.
Yeah, that's what you asked for. Because they're trying to, I was reading part of Project 2025 is a lot of that farmland and the farms. As they lose those farmlands and things like that, to go ahead and have these different groups and these different to buy up all those farms.
Oh, those developers.
And to go ahead and developers and privatize farming, and they just take it over and privatize, take it away from the individuals, and they just get up all the farmland and then they the ones they just turn it in, they privatize it like they're trying to do with the post office. That's what that is. That's in Project 2025. And people were telling y'all to read that. They said if you couldn't read it, there was so much information with people out here with the videos and the creating channels and things that while they break this stuff down and telling people to let you know what all is in that. And that's part of it, to privatize farming. These different groups and these hedge funds and stuff buy up all that land and privatize it. And that's just more money for the rich. And they all ignored that when people were telling them that's the goal. Trump is with that. That's the goal. And then y'all pray to bring this in on you, and your God answered it, and now you don't want it. That's the goal, to privatize that farmland.
Yep.
These hedge funds and stuff buy up that farmland as they lose it. Because at least, I ain't saying that the Democrats is God, I'm not saying that. But at least their administrations and Biden and them had incentives and different things like that for the farmers, a lot of food things that they worked so they could, well, y'all plant this and we'll use this for this and we'll pay you all, get the contract. At least they had those subsidies and stuff that the Biden administration had in for the farmers. So I'm saying, bye-bye, we ain't doing that. And they can sue, but they're not gonna that was the plan to get rid of y'all.
Well, yeah, them white people believed that white man was gonna take care of them, and he's screwing them right to their face, and they still believe that. They still believe that Donald Trump is gonna do something for him. That's just crazy.
And it's just crazy. And when they're talking about it, like as I saw, it was like a whole almost an hour thing, and what Mama's Boy was talking about, they was up in there praying. Somebody did a whole expose on it. And when some of them are talking, they still won't say the current administration is causing this. They just saying because the subsidies take and this that, they still cannot come out of their mouth and say who took them away, guys.
Yeah.
Who's causing this? They still won't say it. They still can't bring themselves to say it.
That's crazy. I mean, America used to have a lot of crops, and I don't know what we got now. I think we got corn in California. So I think I've seen some soybean farmers out there. I mean, I don't know.
That guy from King Farms called Trump out because he said he looked at the camera and said, "You said you love me. Well, I want to see the fruits of your love." So at least one motherfucker had the balls. You know what I'm saying?
You have one or two of them will say it, but the bulk of them, the subsidies and the different things just said on their own, all of that was living beings, and they said we just gonna go away. But someone made them go away. Someone made all that stuff go away. Oh, it's just crazy. And people are saying that they don't have any. I don't have any empathy for them because I can't empathize with voting away. I can't empathize with that. But I do have sympathy, though, for it. A little bit. I have sympathy. I don't have any empathy for it. Because I can't empathize with that. If I know somebody's going to take away something that's going to help keep me breathing, I'm not going to go for that. So I don't have any empathy for that, but I have sympathy for it. This is crazy.
Yep, I don't know where it's gonna end up at. We on a roller coaster.
Yeah, we on it. We on it. And Tyrone, you started this platform way back when, and we have been through some roller coasters. Every time something horrific happened, we've been through some roller coasters over here. The pandemic and this, that, and now look, we've been through some roller coasters. I never thought we would be here though.
Yeah.
I thought the pandemic was the craziest thing and Trump was president then.
So a big indicator, if they don't cheat, is going to be this midterm. However it turns out, and I don't have confidence. I really don't. I believe they're going to cheat so bad that the Republicans ain't going to do as bad as we think they're going to do. And
They're gonna have to cheat though, because a lot of Republican people aren't gonna vote for them, and
I
they
believe
know this.
I believe they cheated in the presidential election. I
Oh
promise
yeah,
you, Kamala Harris beat that man. But you know
yeah, she did. I
the
agree with you.
Democrats ain't gonna raise no hell about it. So I
No,
don't.
they're not, but they're
They
gonna have to come up with a way, because they're not gonna have Elon Musk, and however he did that thing. But they're gonna have to find a way, because this counting on redistricting and things like that, that's not gonna work. That's not gonna work, because a lot of people are gonna vote for them. So they're gonna have to come up with a different new way how they're gonna try to pull this midterms off. Because once the midterms hit and the way it should go, that's over.
part of his strategy, I heard him talking about doing away with mail-in ballots, and
Yeah, but that's not good enough though,
and
because
then
they've pissed off too many people.
they
That's
were
not
talking
good
about
enough. Get rid of mail and ballot.
they were talking about putting military at election polls and all this kind of stuff. You know, I don't know what that's going to do, but it's
They're gonna have
ridiculous.
to cancel the election. They're gonna have to cancel, find a way to completely. I don't know. I think maybe that's what they're trying to do. Like, look at the Ukraine. They canceled the election because the country's at war.
Yeah.
No, it's not because they're at war. It's because they're part of the country is invaded, and you can't account for the citizens that will vote in that invaded area, right? So that's the only way we wouldn't have an election. That's the only way we wouldn't have one, is if part of our country was invaded.
Well, the president can declare some type of emergency or some shit. I don't know.
If we're at war, they cancel.
Yeah, but
It's gonna be something like that.
As you can see, it has to be legitimate, or it's going to end up in
It
court.
gotta be legitimate.
Well, it's going to end up in court because they ain't shit Donald Trump do legitimate. So
right, you know it. So
well, who line I just opened? Who line I just opened?
Hi, it's Miss Lady. How are you doing?
Miss Lady, you sound really low.
Okay, hold on just a minute. Better?
Yeah, I can hear you now. How you doing?
Hey, Miss Lady.
Hey, Miss Lady.
Hello. You know, I listened a little bit earlier when you were talking about Charlie Kirk, and then I had to hang up. Have you moved on from that topic?
Oh, you can talk about it.
Oh no, I was just I thought it was a professional hit job, to be honest, and because it was, and the wind was blowing, and it was over 200 feet or whatever away, whatever they were saying. So, and the person escaped, and allegedly that man, that older man that they detained, they thought he was the shooter, because they said allegedly he was saying, I did it. And I think it was to allow the shooter to really get away. I don't know what the real truth is. I don't know if it'll ever come out. But have you listened to Middle Nation on YouTube? Shaheed Bolson?
No.
He's a Muslim. No. He's deep. He's a Muslim and very much a political commentator, very intelligent. And he speaks about the Charlie Kirk assassination. I wish you could play a little bit of it, Tyrone.
What's his name?
Shaheed, Shahid, Bolson, Bolsen, on the Charlie Kirk assassination.
All time. And I'm telling you, it's
His
making me
channel's
feel
called
some type
Middle
of way
Nation, and he
because
is Muslim. And he really goes in deep about the United States and other clips he has, and Europe, and how their history, and they're conquering nations, and abusing people and just taking, because they came from nations that didn't have much in terms of agriculture and resources. So they would go and just do what they did, and they would justify it in their minds. But he's really deep. I really like listening to him. But he speaks on the Charlie Kirk assassination. Yeah, 14 hours ago, it says.
I think I found it. So let me see if I can get it up there.
Okay.
So you want me to just play it from the beginning?
Yeah.
Okay.
It goes fast. It is 12 minutes, so, the ending and the beginning
Oh,
are kind of good. Yeah.
Oh, it's just 12 minutes?
Okay, so they want me to talk about this boy.
Wait a minute. Say what now? Who was that?
That's him.
No, that was me. I was just saying it was 12 minutes.
Okay.
Charlie Kirk, who got shot in Utah. Him getting shot in Utah makes him, I believe, American number 18,533 who got shot in the U.S. this year, shot and killed. And I think that there were 3 more people who were killed, shot and killed in Colorado, just over the mountains, within hours of his shooting. And all the flags in America are going to fly half-mast, not for those 18,335 other victims, but they're going to fly half-mast for Charlie Kirk. That's just an observation. You can do with it what you will.
So you're telling...
I'll be honest, when I first heard that he had been shot, I made a joke about it on X. Because frankly, I'm just as used to theatrics coming out of America as I am used to gun violence coming out of America. And I thought that theatrics seemed more likely in this case. But when I did learn that he died, I deleted my post. I deleted it out of respect, not for him, but for the severity and for the solemnity of the judgment that he has now proceeded to. Because everything that he ever said and everything that he ever did that harmed anyone, well, he's going to answer for that. He's going to answer for that right now in his meeting with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And the heaviness of that meeting is disturbing to any of us who believe in it. But we'll talk about it. Let's start with the obvious, okay? First, I'm not going to feign grief or feign mourning for this person. I know that's a hypocrisy that social etiquette demands at a moment like this, but we all know that he would certainly not grieve for us. He certainly would not mourn for us, just as he never grieved and he never mourned for the wanton slaughter of the Palestinians in Gaza. He never grieved for that. And for myself personally, as a Muslim and as a critic of Western so-called civilization, I know that Charlie Kirk himself would most likely have officially anyway considered me to be his enemy. And as far as I'm concerned, any man whose enemy mourns him when he dies, well, he wasn't doing his job. And I don't think it can be said about Charlie Kirk that he didn't do his job, which is to say that he never did anything and he never said anything in his public life that would make me mourn his passing, just as I hope that I will never say or do anything in my public life that would make my enemies grieve for my passing. They should be happy when I die. Enemies are disturbed by each other's presence, not by each other's absence. But let me also be crystal clear about this. It doesn't make me happy either. I neither mourn nor celebrate. Neither of those reactions is appropriate, in my opinion. Whoever pulled that trigger didn't do it for me and they didn't do it for you. I don't even see them as being on two different sides. They didn't silence Charlie Kirk. They amplified Charlie Kirk. The power structure never cared about that boy. They used him. And he's more useful to them now than he was the day before. He's more useful to them dead than he was alive. Listen, you don't defeat someone like this, someone like a Charlie Kirk, a tool like him, by letting that tool mold you into exactly what they want you to be. That killer didn't deliver justice. If you think they did, he didn't. He delivered to the power structure an even more enhanced weapon. He made a mediocre, but dangerous and polarizing figure, Charlie Kirk, into now an impeachable icon for the very fan base that he most likely despises. And he made criticism of Charlie Kirk's ideas. Now it's disrespect for the dead. This is not resistance. This is a gift. This is a gift to the very security state that he probably thought he was attacking. No, it's stupidity. Or maybe, as the conspiracy theories are already speculating, what actually happened was just a purge of an expendable asset to create a more powerful symbol. Oh, they'll use his death. Oh, how they will use it. They will use his death to paint every dissenting voice, every cry for a more just world. They'll paint it with the same bloody brush. They're going to use his death to avoid once again ever having to look in the mirror. They're going to hold Charlie Kirk's body up as a shield against any examination of the society that created him. And the society that created his killer. The society that they made and that they rule, and you didn't do anything now but strengthen their hold on that society. They're going to use his corpse as a pulpit to preach from. And you just validated all the lies that they're going to be preaching. You understand me? Because listen, the truth is the Charlie Kirks of the world are not the enemy. The enemy is the society, it's the system, it's the power structure, it's the so-called civilization that creates boys like Charlie Kirk. I call him a boy because that's what he is to me. I'm 54 years old. That's what he is to me, or that's what he was. And also because he presented a childish, simplistic, cartoon portrait of America that only a young boy could ever believe in. He presented an America without complexity, without guilt, without the burden of their terrible history. Well, that's a seductive product. And America has always been an eager market for that sort of a product. He existed because of supply and demand. You demand and the power structure supplies. The killer and the killed are the products of the same sick society. Kirk and his killer, and the other 18,535 victims and their killers. And wallahi, if you don't clock this reality, if you don't understand this reality, and if you let yourself get swept up in all the narratives and all the counter-narratives, then you might just end up being like one of them, on one side or the other side of that gun. Because the machine is already spinning. The machine, that same machine that Charlie Kirk served so faithfully. They're spinning the narrative now. They're going to label him as a martyr for free speech, a victim of left-wing extremism. And they're going to use his death, they're going to use it to demand more surveillance, more censorship, more policing, more militarization of the police against their opponents, more police powers. They're going to use his blood to sanitize his ideology and to legitimize every poisonous thing that he ever said. And some of you are out here cheering about what happened. Well, you're fools. Why, when you celebrate, all you do is elevate and strengthen their narrative. Charlie Kirk was not an outlier. He was a product. He was the logical output of a system that's designed to generate exactly what he was. Like I said, he didn't create the demand. The demand was already there. He just exploited it. He sold a fantasy, like I say, a fantasy where all of the problems of modern America, economic decay, economic despair, cultural displacement, and cultural unrest, political powerlessness, these are all not the inevitable results of late-stage capitalism in a dying empire. No. It's all the fault of immigrants. It's all the fault of minorities, of wokeism. Some internal enemy that's not in power. Well, now he's been killed. And his death is going to be used to service that same system. The security state benefits, the politicians that he supported benefit, the media benefits because they get endless hours now of content, of debate, of fear-mongering, of polarization mining. You understand me? The entire apparatus of control gets a massive boost. His killing was not an attack on the system. It was a gift to the system. You didn't extinguish a fire, you just scattered the embers and made it more dangerous. The individual who pulled that trigger, their motives are irrelevant. It doesn't matter if they saw themselves as a revolutionary or they saw themselves as a vigilante. Their actions serve a deeply counter-revolutionary purpose. You understand me? You didn't help Muslims. You didn't help so-called minorities. You didn't help immigrants. You didn't help women. You didn't help anyone. All you did was exactly what they created Charlie Kirk to goad you into doing. Please understand me. You contributed now, whoever did this, contributed to exactly the climate that they created Charlie Kirk to create. No, they're both servants of chaos. The killer and the killed. No, you don't need a bullet, you need a brain. You need a mind that can't be manipulated. You need an inflammable heart. A heart that can stay calm, cool, and collected when everything around you is in flames. That's what you need. And wallahi, you can't let the hatred of a people cause you to act unjustly, or to advocate or to endorse injustice, or to celebrate injustice. Don't let that boy's enmity towards us and ours towards him make you think that his murderer is our ally. No. You don't answer words with bullets. You know, back in the day, back in the time of the Sahaba, when the Muslims would fight against the kuffar. The kuffar, they would bring their drummers and they would bring their singing girls to egg them on. Nobody ever killed them. Well, that's what Charlie Kirk was. You don't win a war by targeting the singing girls and the drummers of your enemy. That's no strategy. I've said many, many times, you have to erect your partitions around your discourse, around your people. around what you let into your mind, or you're going to lose your focus and you're going to lose your purpose and you're going to get confused and you're going to make bad decisions. You're going to make wrong decisions, unjust decisions, immoral decisions, because you let yourself get provoked. No. For me personally, I didn't care about Charlie Kirk yesterday, the day before, and I don't care about him now. I don't mourn and I don't celebrate. That's strategic indifference. And I don't respect anyone who tries to tell me that I'm supposed to grieve. And I don't respect anyone who tells me that I'm supposed to be happy. What is he to me or me to him? He certainly isn't more important to me than the most likely hundreds of thousands of my brothers and sisters that you cut down in Gaza. You didn't mourn any of them, and I didn't tell you to, because I already know how you are. I already know that your performance of mourning over Charlie Kirk has nothing whatsoever to do with respect for human life. He was just a vessel for an ideology that you hold sacred. And it's an ideology that dehumanizes people. It's an ideology that disregards the sanctity of life. And we've seen that on full display for the last 2 years. So no, obviously not. I'm not the least bit interested in accommodating your weaponization of selective compassion and selective sympathy. Now, if you want to paint my indifference, if you want to spin my indifference as if it is approval of the crime that was committed, well, okay, I already know that you never do anything but lie anyway. And I know that you are from exactly the same manipulated, mutated, mutilated, and maladjusted population that created the demand that the power structure met by giving you Charlie Kirk, and that gave you his killer. Meaning you're just part of that mob in America, that same collective monster that's responsible for the American genocide of the indigenous people, that's responsible for genocides in Guatemala, genocides in Bangladesh, in Iraq, in Cambodia, in East Timor, in West Papua, and in Gaza. And you're the same collective monster that's responsible for every atrocity, every heinous crime that your country has ever committed. As far as I'm concerned, you poisoned Charlie Kirk's mind before he could even have a chance at a decent life, a moral life. And you poisoned the mind of the one who took the life that Charlie Kirk had. So spare me your counterfeit moralizing. No, you turned your country into a psychological and a spiritual torture chamber. And then your country turned the global South into a physical and an economic torture chamber. And now that system, that same system that you're serving, is turning inwards on you now. I told you that political violence, division, and terrorism, and civil unrest, and turmoil, I told you all this was going to be coming home. Why? Because that's your business model. That's your business model. And you're the only market left to vanquish. And the more you give yourself up to all these twisted, polarizing, hateful narratives, well, all you're doing is playing along with your own demolition.
All right, well, I mean, hell, he was 100% correct, I believe.
1,000% correct. Tyrone, send me that video. Send me that video. I've seen him speak before. I never knew what his name was.
Okay.
Yeah, he's pretty deep, and yeah, he's been saying that. What he says at the end, he's been talking about that. People could see it coming, but they still pointing fingers. You know, you're the problem. Single mothers are the problem. The transgenders are the problem. The illegal Mexicans are the problem. All of this foolishness, all of this yelling and screaming and carrying on without any kind of self-reflection, without any kind of real analysis of anything. It's just yelling and pointing fingers and making other people the target. And that it doesn't work at the end. It only works so long, and that's it. But he's right. We talk about the business model. It's a business model.
He's 100% right. Because when I heard yesterday, I'm going to be honest, when I heard yesterday that he got shot, the first thing I said was, is he dead? And it was like, no, they said this and that. And then like 15 minutes later, it was announced. I was honestly hoping that he would not die. Not because, not, I'm trying to get my words correct. Not
I got you.
because, you see what I'm, but not because, but I didn't want him to die because of this right here, what this man just said.
Making him
This
into a
right
martyr.
here. Yep, because of that. I said maybe, because what was the guy who was George Wallace? Back in this was way before our time, before I was even born. And how he was carrying on and this, that, and then he got shot at, I think it was a rally in Maryland. I think it's George Wallace. And he was one of the most awful. And after a while, he didn't change his tune 100%. But he pulled back on a lot of that rhetoric. He pulled back on a lot of it because he ended up in a wheelchair, Governor George Wallace. He pulled back because
didn't
he
he have
was
a black
president.
caretaker? He got paralyzed. Didn't he have a black caretaker that took care of him?
He was in a wheelchair after he got shot. And he pulled back. He was still hateful. He pulled back on a lot of that rhetoric. And because he pulled back on a lot of that rhetoric, it made a difference. He was still hateful now, as George Wallace. But because he was the one standing in front of the schools with the guns and stuff to stop the black students from going back when they were trying to go into schools and things like that. Back in, in the early civil rights movement. And I forget who was president. They had this, I don't know if it was Kennedy or, I have to look all this. My brain is not working right now. And they sent in the National Guard. It was like, y'all will move out in front of these doors. And after George Wallace got shot, he pulled back on a lot of that hateful. But I was hoping Charlie Kirk wouldn't die because for the reason what this man is saying right here, that this makes matters worse.
Well, yeah, they already put it into effect, especially at Fox News and Jesse Waters. They don't care about Charlie Kirk's death. They're
No,
just
they don't care about him.
They're trying to find a way to maximize it and complete some type of agenda against the left or whatever they're trying to do. It's just evil shit that they do.
Exactly. And like
they
he
don't
was
try
like
and go after people that disagree with him, saying it promotes violence. They're going to try and shut down. Well, they have already messed with the media. They're scared to speak. Anything that might be viewed as, counter to their agenda. So they silence them, but it's going to be protesters. And it's going to be that they're going to go after, saying if they're inciting violence.
Yeah, the president already said that he's going to go after Democrat supported organizations or whatever he said.
The radical left.
Yeah.
The radical
That's why
left.
I think it was a setup. Because it just, it's just like boom, boom, boom. Everything's falling into place.
So that's why I was like, pull back. Let's pull back, people. Pull back off this because, I did not want that man to die when I first heard, and not because of, but I know what it was going to be used and the danger and probably other people's lives and things like that, and turn him into a martyr to pull off some type of agenda. So him getting popped like that, that's what I said, that's an awful thing for a lot of reasons.
I wouldn't be surprised if they did it. I ain't saying who, but I wouldn't be surprised if
But
they
that's
did
what I said earlier, Tyrone. I didn't want to say that.
Yeah.
But
Well, I hate to be a bearer of bad news. Motherfuckers still gonna be talking about Epstein.
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
Yeah, well,
that ain't going nowhere.
Give it a day or two. This was like everything else will die down a little bit, but they still going to use this for some type of an agenda. But the Epstein thing ain't gone away. Nothing stays wrong, but this was not a good thing that happened here. And a lot of people, I see you on this, but this was not good. And this man hit that. He hit it. So, That was a good. Thanks, Miss Lady, for playing that. I have watched him speak, but I never knew what his name is. Different people would share his videos and things like that, and I've come across some of his things that I never really looked to see what his name was. But yeah, he's right. He's absolutely right.
Y'all listen
And
to
also,
another one. He
who?
was really going in on the pathology of, you know, countries like from Europe. He talked about the Vikings going in and raiding and taking, and how that philosophy, it was really deep. How he was explaining how, you know, it's just they had to justify it in their mind, and that because they became the victors, that means that I was right in the behavior that I engaged in.
Yeah.
Be it, you know, killing, raping, taking, you know, exploiting, you know, because I won, then in their mind, I was right. I'm right.
Yeah, that's the same attitude
Yeah.
Trump got now. That's the exact same attitude he got.
No,
Since he won, he think that
but then
everything that he's right about every damn thing.
that he's right about everything. And then you have to look at it this way. History always repeats itself. Britain was the number one driving force of all of this colonizing and chattel slavery one. Okay, all those played a role, just in case somebody jump up and say that. Yes, they were some of the first. But Britain, England, monarch, Britain is a shell of what they used to be, just a shell of what they used to be. And this country's headed right down that path. Britain is just a shell. Europe and all that is just a shell of what they used to be. And the United States is headed right down that road. World War One,
right.
World Two, One and Two basically took them out, took Europe out of the running of any more of a superpower. All of that, they just shell. And the United States is headed right. That's why you have to learn history to see right where we're headed.
You know, when there's all these old tariffs, and I'm going to put 50% on you, I'm going to put 20% on you, I'm going to put 100%. Now China's saying we don't want any oil from the United States. Then
we don't want nothing from you.
They don't want, and then I think is it China? Some country, they don't want any soybeans, and they have a lot of soybean farmers here. We don't want your soybeans either.
Your soybeans, your sorghum, your none of that, nothing.
And yeah, so a lot of the tourism industry has crashed, and here from the international travel has crashed, and especially after they have how they treated them Koreans. What Asian person want to come here?
Oh yeah, that plane that's over in Georgia. Yeah, that is just absolutely ridiculous. It's just the thing you hate.
That was going, and it was a piggy Karen that did that. That was a failed Republican politician trying to become a senator, and her pathology.
Hate.
And that was going to end up hiring 8,000 American workers.
Yes,
8,000 people were trained. The biggest employer in the state, and now they say no, we don't want to do it. Allegedly, Trump saying, you can come back, or we'll help you, or blah blah blah. And now they're saying, a lot of them saying, no, we don't want to be here. We ain't coming back.
But you know what, Miss Lane?
That Korean company.
Yeah, that South Korean
Hyundai.
Yeah, that crazy MAGA lady went and reported them people to ICE and got them kicked out the damn country or whatever. I don't blame them for not coming back.
But see, the thing is, I saw a lot of different people, not necessarily MAGA, but just white people. A lot of people had a lot of misinformation, disinformation. And they was talking about how they raided in 400 people and 350 were Korean, and how they raided. And people was like, yeah, that's 400 jobs now for Americans. And I told somebody, they done screwed their whole thing up. That was supposed to be 8 to maybe 9,000 jobs That's gone. You're talking about some little 400, and those, and then not only just that plant, Hyundai, they were going to invest in South Korea was going to invest in some other states and stuff like that. Look how y'all was possibly billions of dollars that was going to come in, and all the thousands and thousands and thousands of jobs is gone. And you're talking about 400 jobs? No, that's not 400 jobs that was going to go to Americans, because they're the ones that have to do that stuff.
400 jobs. They couldn't even.
They can't do those 400 jobs.
No, because those people were putting in the systems. They were building and putting in the systems so that the plant could operate. That's a Korean car. Those are Korean people, technical people. They're stupid.
And they know all about their batteries and things like that. And y'all talking about 400 jobs. Did you know that plant? And that's what somebody was going to hire around 9,000 people.
Yeah, the instructions, the instructions for the equipment they were installing was in Korean, so they were going to be the ones to train the Americans.
Or then they're going to say that they were here illegally. No, they were all here on visa.
All of them was on visas, and I actually think Korea's gonna wait. South Korea's gonna wait to see if Trump gets voted out. They gonna hold that one.
I don't think Trump going no damn where. I think he
think he is.
I think he's just making the playing field to where he can stay longer. If it's not going to be him personally because of his age, then he's going to install somebody that he can control.
We have to see. I have hope that he's not going to be here. I have hope, some hope, little hope left that we're going to figure it out.
Well, his age is catching up with him, and I don't think he can do another term. But they're gonna mess up the stuff so bad. I think that they're gonna put somebody up there that's another Republican that's gonna continue this same old shit.
I don't think Trump's gonna survive the rest of his term.
He ain't gonna survive this. I don't think so. Not the rest of his term.
I think Trump gonna die in office.
You know that woman, Tory Branham, she called ICE on the plant. She's running for District 12 Congress in Georgia, and I don't know if she's not going to win.
Well, yeah, because she cost that district a lot of damn money. She got rid of that plant.
She cost the whole state a lot of money. She ain't gonna win nothing.
And her background, she says, is in psychology. She had experience as a behavioral therapist for the county schools in Georgia. Can you imagine?
She might be the next to catch a bullet. Somebody that was supposed to get a job at that plant.
Don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that. Because the people in Georgia, they got it correct now. She's talking about she's being dragged and people, I stand in this. I said, okay, go ahead, this Nick, acting like mini leaks. I said what I said. Okay, I think she got a clue. You messed up.
She ain't got no security. So she better keep her shit together because them folks in Georgia got guns.
Oh, and she's a gun instructor. She got her pictures carrying her gun. She was in the Marines.
She better use it then, because you better ask Charlie Kirk.
And he had a bulletproof vest on. I was listening to Secular Talk. Check him out. Secular Talk. He goes.
Yeah, I watch him all the time. Yeah, he's good.
And he said that the bullet hit the vest and went up and hit him in the neck, ricocheted into his neck. And maybe if he hadn't had, it was like in his shoulder, and it ricocheted. Yeah. So if he hadn't had that vest on, he might have got hit in his shoulder, and he could have survived.
Well, I'm going to just tell you, he should have had his ass at home.
Oh, it was awful. It was just awful because I don't watch things like that. But then I missed and saw it. People was and you know how they put up those videos that play anyway, even if I thought it was just gonna talk about, and it's all over, not just Twitter, but Instagram and Facebook, and I should have steered away from that. I do, but it got to play before I could, and it went so quick. And it was like, that's worse than probably anything you see in Hollywood on the movie. That was just awful.
What are you talking about, the shooting?
Awful. Yeah, it was just awful, and I missed and saw that. You know I don't watch things like that.
Yeah,
But
I didn't want to see it either, but I'm like you. I was like, Jesus. It did look like a movie. He just, I don't know. All that blood came out, and he just.
It looked like a movie.
His body.
And that's why I don't look at things like that.
And then he got a free tracheotomy, so.
Don't say that, Tyrone. Don't say that.
Well,
it was
I'm just saying. I'm gonna just say this. If Trump wanted him to shut up, they shut him up. I'm just saying.
Well, I don't think Trump wanted him to shut up, but I think it's more like they use him. Okay, listen. They push these guys out there saying some of the most divisive, racist things. That ain't America, but they just push these guys out there to see how much they can get away with. They pay them a lot of damn money. They got all the Ben dude. There's a whole bunch of them that they just push out there to say all this racist shit. And they know that they putting them in the line of fire because after a while, people just ain't going to take that shit no more. So I think he was sacrificed, but I don't know if it was intentional or not.
Well, just don't forget,
I think it was very intentional.
He was the biggest person out there going off about Epstein and Donald Trump, and he had to take that shit back. It looked like to me he got a phone call to make him go out there and take it all back and say he done talking about Epstein.
I want to talk about that no more.
Yeah. I'm just saying.
It could be they needed a tool to use so they can keep pushing their agenda real fast to militarize the country. And it's like, everything.
I'm gonna tell you something. I'm more in line with what Tyrone said earlier, and it may lead me to sound conspiratorial, but it's all to get motherfuckers to stop talking about Epstein. And goddamn Trump would do anything to get everybody to stop talking about Epstein.
Well, yeah, he done tried a couple of things to get people. Hell, they closed the motherfucking house. Mike Johnson sent everybody home so they wouldn't talk about Epstein no more. That shit didn't work. When they came back, they hit the ground running.
It come right back because it was going on at a fever pace until this. But give it a couple of days, it'll be back to a fever pitch again. And they released that old book.
There's a whole lot more. There's a whole lot more coming out. Somebody said the Wall Street Journal or one of those papers. Got emails and text messages between Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, where they said Jeffrey told Maxwell to take Trump off of his list. So there's your answer right there. There was a list.
There's a list right
Trump's
there.
name was on it, and they told him to take it off. So there's more questions out there now.
It's coming back with a fever pitch again. It's going to keep coming back with a fever pitch. People aren't going to let this go. You got to I would say Charlie Kirk, and they're going to have a big old memorial and funeral. And what's her Nancy Mace, whatever her name is, she abruptly interrupted the house today, talking about they need to let his body lay in state. Like, okay, y'all just do.
She crazy.
I'm serious, to lay in state, and they also was talking about putting a statue of him in the Capitol. That's what they're not saying they're gonna do it, but people have been suggesting it.
That's
so
exactly what my man was just getting finished saying. They get ready to use him.
Yes, they get ready to use him. But the thing is, once the thing goes, and then the funeral, then it's gonna be the more Epstein stuff is gonna come back out. Mama's boy's absolutely right. That's not gonna go away. It's just not.
There's too much stuff out there now with that book and them pictures in there, and those pictures have got actual photographs. They got them blacked out, but those are young girls in that book, and you got a lot of fucking famous people in that book. You got names in that book, so it can't go away. There's too much out there right now.
It's not going away. And those pictures that people were drawing of him giving balloons and birthday cakes to little girls, and then the picture beside it, this, it's just the depravity of it all. It's not going to go away. People had got distracted with this.
Your president gonna go. Your president gonna go to war to try to get that Epstein shit quiet.
And that's what I don't understand. That I know that he's a pedophile. I know that he likes young girls. I know that he does allegedly does.
Allegedly.
Here we go again.
I know that he allegedly. Everything that I get ready to say is alleged. I know that he does sexual assault. I know that he's a criminal. I know that he steals money. But I don't understand how people are still looking at all of this evidence and supporting this guy. I don't get that.
Hey, Tyrone, there you go right there. You hit the nail right on the head. Everybody ain't lying. Everybody ain't lying on this dude. And at what point do you realize, damn, everybody ain't lying about my child? And go in there and do something about it. You know why they ain't going to? I came up with this conclusion the other night, Tyrone. It's sad to say, but I think I'm closer to right than wrong. The reason why these jabronis don't say anything because either they want to be able to do the same shit or they condone what a motherfucker's doing and they're rooting them on.
It might be more basic. It might be more basic and childish than that. And what I mean by that is just, you know how hard of a time people have admitting they wrong. I think that these people can't say that I was wrong.
That too, Tyrone. They
can't say I was wrong. You don't
think
never.
So, Tyrone?
Yeah, that's part of it.
I think it's that. That's part of it.
You won't never.
I mean, you are really mentally fucked up if you can't admit you wrong for standing hand in hand with a pedophile apologist.
But look at Sarge. Sarge don't never say he was wrong. ABC didn't want to say he was wrong so bad he took horse fucking pills. So I mean they can't say they wrong. They don't know how to say they wrong.
Yeah, there's some sort of mental block there.
There's a mental block there, and the stupidest thing, like they saying it's a forgery. Well, the book was sent from his estate. The book was. I mean,
someone would have had to forge. Somebody would have had to forge that shit 20 years ago, expecting him to be president and it to matter now. That just don't make no damn sense.
They were sounding like They were sounding like the Sarge.
That's some long game.
They were sounding like the Sarge conspiracy with the birth certificate, where somebody went to the hospital before Obama was born, expecting him to be president one day or whatever the fuck, and forged his signature. That sound like some shit like that.
And back then, Trump was a disgraced businessman.
What's up?
I mean, somebody was playing the long game back then. Forging that.
What's up, ABC?
I heard you say I was wrong, or me as Sarge or whatever. But what was we wrong about?
You won't admit that Donald Trump is allegedly a pedophile. You won't admit that Donald Trump is allegedly a sexual abuser. You won't admit that Donald Trump cheats on his wife. You won't admit that he's a thief. And so those things right there, do you think Donald Trump is any of those things?
I think he's done some questionable dealings, business deals. I'm sure he's cheated on his wife.
Okay,
what else? I don't know about
what about the pedophile stuff?
I don't believe so, but he could be.
See, this is hanging around with that's what I'm saying right there. You won't admit that you. Okay, I'm trying to.
Well, you don't know that he is.
No, hold on.
You don't know that he is.
Hold on.
You ain't got no proof that he is.
Okay, well, hold on. That's what I'm trying to say right there. You won't admit the stuff around the pedophilia, right? So we see the book
What about the? Hold on.
Oh wait,
I'm admitting that the
let me
pedophilia stuff.
finish. Let me finish.
All
We
right,
see
go
the
ahead.
book
Go
with
ahead.
Donald Trump's name in it. We see the book with Donald Trump's signature. We see Donald Trump on Jeffrey Epstein in Jeffrey Epstein's house in his pictures. We see the reference by Ghislaine Maxwell about Donald Trump to Jeffrey Epstein. We heard Donald Trump say that Epstein took fucking 16-year-old children out of his fucking Mar-a-Lago and put him in and took him to Epstein Island. You heard all of that shit when Donald Trump is relating to children. You heard him say on Howard Stern's show that the age limit for him is above 16 years old. You heard all of that shit. So that's why I'm saying you won't say that you're wrong, because you're wrong about this. It's not even a debate. You're wrong about this.
Well, so look, that's your opinion. I'm saying that I haven't seen proof. I acknowledge everything you just said, all this, what do they call it, circumstantial stuff, but I ain't here trying to defend him. The only thing that I say about him is that he's the same as all these other ones, but better than better than some, including Biden. He's 1,000 times better than Biden and what they did, and he's better than, I don't know if he's better than Obama. He's done better. You know, it's what you down for. If you down for all this opening the borders and all this liberal sexuality stuff that's being pushed and pushed in the schools and all this stuff, if you down for all that stuff, then you think it's okay.
Well,
but
listen.
those of us that think that shit is sick and deviant and evil, actually, think that shit is the worst ever. So when somebody comes along and says there's only two genders, we're like, fuck yeah. When they say, hey, we getting rid of all these illegal aliens here, we're like, fuck yeah. When he's like, hey, we need to bring these jobs back into the states, and he puts the pressure on these other countries to do business over here and tell them y'all been getting over for however long and all that stuff, then we're like, yeah, okay, I'm good with that. And
All right,
the
so-
bottom line is, he been last thing, he been in there for like 8 months, and shit is better than it was when Biden was in there already.
Okay, so none of what you're saying is true, and because
Do you think you could now be banging 24-year-olds?
Oh, absolutely. I have no trouble.
Would you do it?
I have no problem.
Yeah, do you have an age limit, or would you?
No, I have no age. I'm in Foley with 12-year-olds.
And while we knew Trump and Epstein were friends.
Okay, so did you hear that? So you're saying that there is no evidence, right? You just heard the man on Howard Stern's show say that shit for himself. And all that stuff that you're talking about, the economy, you're delusional. The fucking market is tanking. The economy is tanking. Everybody,
You've been saying that for 8 months, man.
Listen, Fox News have to report on the jobs number and the economy, and they're telling us that it's doing terrible right now.
I got the CNN report for my show.
Let me finish.
It's better than they expect. They kept saying doom and gloom. Everything is better than they expect. They're like, well, damn,
why do y'all
we
do
thought
this?
the tariffs would have done something by now.
The tariff thing ain't doing shit. But you didn't make me forget what I was going to say. But
The
when
economy's fucked
with
up.
your lies.
When Fox News reported on it, they hate reporting on Donald Trump's economic numbers, the job numbers, and Donald Trump had to. This is what I was gonna say. Donald Trump, he actually fired the fucking lady that gave honest numbers about the jobs and put somebody new in there, and the new person still giving terrible numbers for Donald Trump. He's not doing anything that you just said. Now, who's this unknown caller?
I'm about to set your goddamn ass.
Oh, I ain't.
Get his ass,
I'm
Sarge.
getting ready to hang up now. Goddamn.
Better.
What's up, Sarge?
Goddamn ass.
What's up, Sarge? Listen. I'm glad you called in, because you need to go ahead and admit that Donald Trump is involved with Epstein deeply, because all of this information is coming out. The birthday card that he said that he didn't sign, he actually signed, and he's in other places in that book. Did you see all of that?
I'm not going to admit a goddamn thing, and I'm going to tell you why I'm not. Because of you and your past behavior with regard to the evidence that I submitted to you that was done by forensic document examination firms that were certified by the Supreme
about
Court.
Obama.
Now listen to me. Nigga, you let these other motherfuckers ramble. Now shut the fuck up and let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
God damn it. Are you going to do it or not?
Go ahead.
All right, I'm just got started. Now again, they were submitted to federal and state courts under oath, under penalty of perjury if they weren't true, by the best, most highly related forensic document examiners on the planet, one firm in Europe, the other in the United States by a guy named Reed, R-E-I-D, who literally wrote the book on forensic document examination. And he said both the short form birth certificate and the long form birth certificate were counterfeit. He submitted them to federal and state courts under oath under the auspices of Sheriff Joe Arpaio, and nobody ever got prosecuted for perjury because nobody would hear the damn cases on the merits. But they were submitted to court under oath. Now, you want me to accept your word, and you absolutely denied me every time I brought this information to your attention. You absolutely said it was bullshit. It had no merit whatsoever. And now you want me to believe that this signature is valid. No one has forensically examined it. No one has submitted certification attesting to the fact that it is Trump's genuine signature. No one has done any of this, but I'm supposed to accept you as whole cloth when you utterly rejected my evidence that was certified by absolutely qualified people who had done innumerable certifications before various federal and state courts. Hell no, I ain't paying you no damn attention.
Okay, so you're lying. They have examined that signature. Multiple professionals have examined that signature. But here's the kicker. You don't need no professional.
I said certify it to a court. That's what I said.
Okay. You don't
None
need.
of them have.
Okay, I'll let you talk. But you don't need no professional to examine the signature, right? Because during the same time period, the year that he signed that document, he signed other documents, and the handwriting looked identical.
Forgers are very good at forging signature. I want it certified to a court like we did with the birth certificate. When they do that, maybe I'll pay you some attention.
So what you're telling me is that 20 years ago, somebody had to plan to forge Donald Trump's signature in case he became president, and they used that fucking birthday card to try to do something to his president. You sound like a goddamn fool.
I'm not saying anything. You're the
You
one
just
saying
used the
that.
word
I said
forgery.
I don't
You
care
just
when and where the signature was made. I want the signature certified to, submitted under oath to a court.
Okay,
and when the court says, and it established by cross-examination, both parties being able to examine the evidence and put the case up in court, once that has been adjudicated, then I might agree with you.
Okay, so
then, hell no.
Do you want to retract?
But you wouldn't go along with me when I gave you evidence and why I believed it was probably sound, because again, it was submitted to a court under oath with attestation from the examiners.
Okay, do you want to retract that you just said it was...
You obviously
okay, can you not do that? Can you not do that?
You're stupid.
Can you not do that? But do you want to retract that you just said it was a forgery? Do you want to take that?
I don't know if it's a forgery or not. What did I just say?
Okay, so you're not...
I'm willing to... I said I believe it probably is.
Okay, so
you're a whole lot of walking back. Stand up in a case in court. Donald Trump has sued the CBS, so that means it probably will go to court. It means the signature will be examined, and then we will know.
Okay, so you're a dumbass if you're saying that it's probably a forgery. But go ahead, Elisa.
No, I said it's going to be.
Okay, you said you believe it probably is.
Probably go to court, and we have to determine whether or not that signature is valid.
You just said
forensic document examiners are going to look at that signature, and it won't be good enough for you to say there's no need to have it examined.
Okay,
that's
but
not going to fly in any court.
But you just said you believe that it's a forgery. You just said that. So
damn
go ahead.
right, I believe it is, but I said
okay, so you're a dumbass. So you're a dumbass.
Damn right, I believe it is.
Okay, so you're a dumbass. You're a dumbass.
I'm not interested in a damn thing you got to say about it.
Okay, well, you're a dumbass. That's all I'm trying to say. Go ahead, Elisa.
What I was gonna say, because he said that the signature was a forgery. Pull all of that aside. Sarge needs Jesus to walk across the Potomac to verify that. So that's where we are with that. But then Trump also said, also said that he doesn't talk like that type of language and that type of stuff. Okay, he's on video grabbing by the vagina. But then I saw a video, Tyrone, you can pull it up. My iPad died, so I can't pull it up. He was giving an interview, him and Marla Maples. They had just had, who is it, Tiffany? And this is not alleged. This is not allegedly. They were giving an interview. Tiffany had just been born. And the guy was, he used to do that Rich and Famous show. He was interviewing him and Marla. And they were talking about the new baby. And he asked, Trump, he said, so who does she best remind, like asking him and Marla, who does she take after, who does she, you don't think you ask people about a new baby.
You talking about Robin Lee?
Said, well, yeah, Robin Lee, yeah. And Donald Trump said, well, she has Marla, this is him talking about his infant daughter. She has Marla's leg. And then, you know, just where you put your hand where women's breasts are. He said, but she doesn't have this up here yet. But wait, one day. You said that about your infant daughter. And then, yes, he said that. It's all on YouTube. It's him sitting there. And then as he used to say things about his other daughter, Ivanka, about how she's sexy, and if she were older, and if I wasn't her father, who talks about their children like that? And like the young girl on the escalator was like, hi, Donald Trump, whatever he was saying. He was asking her some questions. And he was saying to her, well, he was telling the people who he was talking to. Yeah, he said in about 10 years, I'd be doing that.
Hey, sis, now you go back and I'm going to tell everybody, you go back and you watch that video again, you'll notice that little girl said, after he said that.
Yep.
Let me check this.
So, I mean.
Go ahead, Elisa.
But yeah, that's how he talks about his children. His baby girl, his baby daughter, talking about the breast. She going, what father does that? Unless something is wrong with them.
Who's this unknown caller?
Hey, it's me back.
What okay, hold on 1 minute, Joe. I want Sergeant ABC to listen to this sick ass motherfucker right here.
It's the lost Donald Trump video that has people talking. Trump and then-wife Marla Maples appeared on the TV show Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous back in 1994. Host Robin Leach asked about their daughter Tiffany, who was then just a year old.
Now, Donna, what does Tiffany have of yours and what does Tiffany have of Marla's?
Well, I think that she's got a lot of moral, and she's really a beautiful baby, and she's got Marla's legs. We don't know whether or not she's got this part yet, but time will tell.
Daily Show host Trevor Noah dug up the long-forgotten footage.
I'm pretty sure nobody has seen this clip since it aired over 20 years ago.
And he was left speechless by what he heard.
We don't know whether or not she's got this part yet, but time will tell.
The clip is being picked up everywhere. The Daily Beast calls the video disturbing. Entertainment Weekly calls Trump's comment crass. But Leach tells me the critics are taking it out of context.
What do you make of the critics' reaction?
I think it's an overreaction, to be really honest, and I think that it's just a piling on of those that dislike Donald. You've triggered a thought that I should send him a note saying, sorry, I asked the question 22 years ago. How ridiculous they dig it up now.
We found the full show in the archives of the University of Nevada, Las Vegas Special Collections. Marla gave Leach a tour of the couple's 50-room, 3-story penthouse in Trump Tower. And she told how she and Donald fell for each other.
We knew that we loved each other and we made each other happy.
Show host Trevor Noah dug up the long-forgotten footage.
I'm pretty sure
Host Robin Leach asked about their daughter Tiffany, who was then just a year old.
Now, Donna, what does Tiffany have of yours and what does Tiffany have of Marla's?
Well, I think that she's got a lot of moral, and she's really a beautiful baby, and she's got Marla's legs. We don't know whether or not she's got this part yet, but time will tell.
Daily Show.
He was holding his hands like in a breast motion whenever he said that we don't know or not if she's got this part or not. Now he's saying that about his 1-year-old daughter. It's already sick enough that he's comparing his child's legs to his wife's fucking legs, and then he went on to say that we don't know if my 1-year-old daughter gonna have breasts like my fucking wife. You guys are sick as fuck supporting this
and
piece
the look
of
on
shit.
his face, Tyrone, the look on his face when he was imitating breasts.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
I don't know. I don't even want Sarge's response. But go ahead. Go ahead.
I know you don't want my response. I'm about to kick your goddamn ass. That's why
Well,
you don't
hold
want
on, hold on. Wait a second.
I know
Wait a
damn
second.
well you don't want it. You
Wait
never
a
do.
second.
You
Wait a
always kick
second.
your
Wait a
ass.
second.
Well,
Just let me get this in. Oh, my bad.
You there, Joe?
Go ahead, get it in.
Yeah, you know, this ain't gonna take but a second. You know, I've told Sarge this before, and I'll say it again. Sarge, you can't do data forensics on a copy. Straight up. I don't care what you say.
What did you say? Say that again.
You cannot do data forensics on a copy of something. You couldn't do it on Hunter Biden's laptop, hard drive. You can't do it on
Yes, you
Obama's birth
can.
certificate.
Yes, you can.
No,
yes,
you
that's
cannot.
Not true. No, that's not true.
No, you cannot.
Not true. No, that's not true, sir. You are incorrect. Because
Sarge,
what
I
you
built a
do
career on this.
find the template from which the document was made that pre-existed 1961, 62, that was made in Hawaii and served as the basis for the phony long-form birth certificate. That's what they did. That's what they made the comparison.
Sarge,
They used handwritten remarks and handwritten check marks that aligned precisely with the phony.
Sarge, you cannot do
Did you
forensics
hear what I just
on
said,
a
or you
copy
gonna
of
disregard
something.
Wait a minute, you hear what I just said? You're gonna disregard it.
Why is this so hard to understand? You make
No,
a
you
copy
said
of
it can't
something.
be done. I just told you that it
cannot
was
do
done
data
and how.
forensics on
No,
a
you said
copy,
it can't be
Sarge.
done. You're not correct in this instance.
No, it'll never hold up in court. And it
Well,
didn't.
then, how will we know we never got a chance to see?
Well, that's why you ain't got a
Nobody
chance.
would grandstand it. My point is that they were submitted to the court under oath.
That don't mean it's legitimate.
The people who submitted it
Well,
were
this is
subject to charges of perjury if it was deliberately known that they had fabricated something that wasn't true.
Well, hold on. This is what Sarge does. Obama ain't got shit to do about with Donald Trump talking about his 1-year-old
No, I
motherfucking
said
child.
it to say you expect me to swallow your evidence, and you had no time for mine.
You just heard.
I'm doing the same thing with you.
You just heard Donald
That's
Trump.
why I said it. I didn't try to say they were the same because they're not.
You just heard Donald Trump lusting over his
I
1-year-old.
gave you an example of evidence that had validity and a great deal of corroboration, and you give me this shit with none.
It has no validity. That's why it wasn't accepted
You
in
just
court.
heard Donald Trump lusting over his 1-year-old child, and you're okay with
And so that means he was engaged to someone on Epstein Island?
Well, I got that. I got that, Tyrone. I got that. Because Michael Wolff has firsthand knowledge. He was writing, or he was solicited by Epstein to write his biography. And he has like 100 hours of audio tape. And he's done plenty of interviews with Epstein. And he recalls that Epstein went to his safe and brought out a bunch of Polaroids and strode them across the desk like playing cards. And he distinctly remembers 3 of those Polaroids. Out of that stack of Polaroids he was looking at, he remembers 3. And one of them he described of Donald Trump at Jeffrey Epstein's Palm Beach crib with girls of indeterminate age, topless, sitting on his lap, and also a picture of those same topless girls pointing at his crotch, because there's a stain on his crotch, laughing at him. Now that is pedo behavior. if you ask me, coming from the testimony of Michael Wolff, who said he's seen these Polaroids. So I don't know what else you need.
You said these girls were indeterminate age. How do you know they weren't of age? You just said it yourself.
This guy's
you said you couldn't determine their age.
Well, Epstein was the one showing them to him. I'm quite sure he probably got clarification on. I don't know. All I know is what he said, and I got to take the man at his word. Okay.
You do.
Okay.
You do. You have to accept him at. You have no other choice than to accept him at his word. There's no other possibility.
Well, there might be for you, but there ain't for me.
That okay, fine.
Don't put me in the same suitcase you trapped in.
Mama's boy. I don't think any court will accept that in and of itself, unless maybe it's E.G. and Carroll's court.
Well, if there's tape of Jeffrey Epstein talking about it, that could be a nice receipt in court, couldn't it?
Like I said, let Michael Wolff go to court and testify about what he said. So let him do it under oath.
I don't think he would be saying it if he couldn't back it up.
To be done that way.
I don't think he'd be saying it if he couldn't back it up. I don't think he would be saying it if he couldn't back it up.
I say let it be done. And if it stands up in court, well, then Trump's just going to have to deal with the consequences. But damn it, I'm not going to believe it until it is.
Sorry, you delusional. I don't expect you to believe anything.
I follow evidence, sir. That's the way I was trained.
If you told me you believe something, I wouldn't believe you.
Things up because I couldn't go into court making shit up.
I don't think
and I'm
you
not
know
about
what
to do
evidence
it.
really is.
Let anyone else do it. Tell me.
No, he don't know what a receipt is.
No, I know what the truth, facts, and evidence are. I was trained to know this.
Yeah.
Now,
right.
if you want to believe that's good enough to convict somebody, even civilly of something, like that E.G. Carroll shit, my word against yours, well then fine. You find the Manhattan theory
in my book, that's pedo behavior.
And you
in
might
my
be
book.
able to prevail.
Just because it ain't in your book, don't put me in the same suitcase you trapped in.
No, it's in most legal books, actually.
See, this is the part
words have corroborated independently.
You got half-naked teeny bopper sitting on your lap, you doing pedo behavior.
You put it.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
so-
how about that Eugene Carroll shit? You say that Eugene Carroll shit, yet there was a court hearing.
And he still got to pay.
Found guilty. Whether you like it or not, he was found guilty.
I know that, sir.
Let me ask
I
you.
know that, sir, and I know why he was found guilty. I followed the case very closely. It was literally he said, she said, with no other evidence.
No,
that
sir.
literally
No,
was it.
sir.
Okay.
So if you think that's good enough to prevail all the way up to the New York Supreme Court, then maybe you're right.
Sure.
I don't know, but I think when it gets to the New York Supreme Court, I think there'll be a big difference.
No, listen, hold on.
Yeah, I know.
Wait a minute, hold on, guys. With that E.G. Carroll, Donald Trump lost that appeal already.
Yeah, he lost that.
That's already
It's a wrap.
That's at a lower court. It hasn't gone to the Supreme Court yet.
Okay, he lost the appeal. Listen, let me ask you.
Well, yeah, he did. But like I said,
okay, shut
he
the fuck
said,
up.
she said, from over 30 years ago.
Okay, so are you saying that Donald Trump ain't involved in no type of wrong behavior with young children?
How the hell can I know? I'm not with the man 24 hours a day.
Okay, so does it
But I'll tell you what, the things you are claiming are no evidence of it.
Okay, so does it matter to you if he is or ain't?
Yes, if you can prove it, but you
Okay,
can't.
so here, let me
this
prove
all,
it.
This is all lawfare, Bonnie Willis.
Well, let me
Jack
give you some
Smith,
evidence. You got to shut
Alvin
up.
Bragg, bunch of lawfare bullshit. I'm not impressed.
I'm calling
hold on,
bullshit
let
on
me-
that,
let me-
Tyrone.
Back with a better case, maybe I'll listen to you.
Okay, so let me
No,
give
he
you
won't.
let me
No,
give
he
you some
won't.
evidence. Here's
No,
some
yes, I will, because I know what
Okay,
evidence
motherfucker,
is.
you gonna have to
You're
shut
lying.
up.
Objective value and
Listen,
evidence.
you're gonna
Not
have to
this
shut
stuff.
the fuck up. Here's some evidence right here, and this is undeniable. You can't say that this didn't happen. It just happened. Why did Donald Trump go to Ghislaine Maxwell, where she was in prison, locked up for all those charges, crimes against children, and move her to a low security prison? He used his power of the presidency to go against the prison system and actually move that lady to a more softer environment What the fuck? Why did he do that?
I've explained this to you a dozen times. You never listen because you're a blockhead. You want me to do it again? Maybe the 13th or 14th time? Because it is a common tactic done in cases where a person has evidence that the prosecution wishes for them to explain. And they will move them frequently to different institutions to obtain that testimony. It is nothing new. It is done all the time. I've seen it done. I've seen it done with John Gotti, Sammy Gravano, to get his testimony. To get into a safe place where other people wouldn't kill him. So I'm not at all surprised. And Trump didn't do it. The Attorney General did.
Whose Attorney General is it? Whose Attorney General? That is Trump. No. You're not going to. Look, motherfucker.
Yeah, he expects you to
listen.
You think he ordered the Attorney General to do it?
It's his administration, you fucking dummy. Listen, whenever you say
You're
Trump,
a fucking dummy. You just make shit up and you don't know how anything actually
whose Attorney General
You're
is
the
it?
one that's a dummy.
Okay, whose Attorney General is it?
You don't call a dummy, motherfucker. You better start examining credentials here.
Whose Attorney General is it? It's Donald Trump's Attorney General, and Donald Trump's.
Let's put it this way.
Ain't Lieutenant motherfucker. Look, stop talking when I'm talking. This is why I mute you. I can't do this. Look, it's 2:00 in the goddamn morning here, and I live in a house with other people. So shut the fuck up. Now, this Donald Trump's Attorney General, and under the orders of Donald Trump, that Attorney General went and carried out those orders to take care of Ghislaine Maxwell. You are ignoring the fact that the reason that he wanted to talk to Ghislaine Maxwell it was because of his association with Ghislaine Maxwell. Exhibit A, B, C, all the way through Z is all the photographs on the goddamn internet with him and Ghislaine fucking Maxwell. So whenever he had her moved to silence her. But Ghislaine Maxwell has fucked up because everything that she told the Attorney General in that meeting, and they have in writing, the letters and the damn emails go against everything Ghislaine Maxwell told the fucking Attorney General. So she fucked up. So we know Donald Trump is trying to hide his association with those children and Ghislaine Maxwell. You don't have to say a goddamn word. I'm just letting the people know what the fuck the situation is because you're an idiot. Go ahead, mama's boy.
Well, that's what I was trying to explain to him the other night, is that he can fall into the suitcase and close the suitcase and zip it up, but everybody else see this shit. I mean, it's evident. The minute he said he was going to send somebody to talk to Ghislaine Maxwell, everybody said, that's some guilty ass behavior. And then she get a sweet movement. Oh, you look even more guilty now. And Donald Trump ain't the type of motherfucker to quit while he's ahead. He doubles down on everything. So instead of him backing up in a situation that made him look guilty, he doubled down and looked even more guilty and got people who support him looking dumb than a motherfucker. And I did say it in Ebonics. Dumb than a motherfucker. Yeah, that's exactly how they look. Peace, y'all.
So she was moved
she also verified the card.
To a low security camp in Texas to keep him out shut.
Yeah, I mean,
if keeping it quiet was the incentive, they'd have moved her to a higher security federal prison. They moved her to another low security federal camp in Texas. Okay, if that's logic to you, be my guest. I'm not accepting it.
Oh, you don't accept anything because you're an idiot.
Because I know what you got, Trump derangement syndrome. Why the hell am I going to accept anything with you that isn't fully corroborated? I'm not accepting anything from you that isn't fully corroborated.
Hold on for a minute.
I got some more.
Go ahead, Elisa.
I'm getting ready. I'm getting ready to get off. But then also, Trump was talking about Lindsay Lohan's breasts and how she would be good in bed when she was 17. It's out there. Google it. And on that same interview, Howard Stern asked him, well, do you have an age limit? He said, no, there's no real age limit. He said, I don't want to get it. I don't like to quote things wrong. He said, and all that stuff came back to haunt him. Oh, shoot, my tablet is trying its best to die. Wait a minute. Okay, wait a minute. Here we go. No. I have no age. Trump began. I mean, I have age limit. I don't want to be like Foley with, like a 12-year-old. So I think 12-year-old is the limit right there. What grown-ass man would say something like that?
Yeah, that's the audio I just played. He just said it.
No, this is the 12-year-old.
Yeah, I just played that
12-year-old.
audio.
So you play. Oh, you play. Oh, I missed about the 12-year-olds that he does. He was talking to Howard Stern then.
Mhm.
So I mean, what grown man says things like that?
A creep.
And he wasn't 18 when he said it. He was what, like 50. So I mean,
creep says
but
that.
he says he doesn't talk like that. He doesn't. He said, and the type of language that's being used, I don't talk like that. And people trying to deny it. When you know he says things like that, you know that he talks like that. And, oh, that's not his signature. That's not his signature. The hell with the signature. He says he doesn't talk like that.
Hey,
People who know me.
You know what make him look more guilty in that situation, sis? It started off it was started off as there was no letter.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's a forgery.
It wasn't.
Yeah, listen.
Now it's a forgery. and now it's I don't, people who know me for years and decades, they know I don't talk like that.
It don't switch up like a motherfucker when that shit showed up.
Yeah, listen, Lisa.
And when they clip.
Listen, here it goes.
Do you think you could now be banging 24-year-olds?
Oh, absolutely.
It is.
I have no trouble.
Would you do it?
I have no problem.
Yeah, do you have an age limit, or would you?
No, I have no age. I'm in Foley with 12-year-olds.
And while we knew Trump and Epstein were friends,
Yeah, see, I mean, Sarge, they listen to that shit and they don't give a shit. That makes them creeps. That's what I think about Sarge and ABC, is they just as creepy as
That's the point I've been making, Tyrone.
Man, if you think I'm going to look at him having a bull session with fucking Howard Stern as evidence that he's a criminal pedophile, you out your goddamn mind. There's no way I'm going to do that.
Of course you're
Like
not.
I said,
Do you
if
talk?
he's doing it, you better come up. I am going strictly by the evidence that you say convicts him of being a pedophile in relationship to Jeffrey Epstein. You have nothing as far as I'm concerned. I don't care what crass remarks he made with Howard Stern. They are utterly disconnected to the things you are accusing him of now.
Okay, well, I don't have to convince you. I'm not here to convince you.
No, I know you don't have to convince me because you can't. I mean, you got a pathetic case.
Ain't nobody trying.
Sarge, do you talk? No, wait a minute, Sarge. Did you talk like that throughout your life about young girls, 12-year-olds, too young?
What have I got to do with the price of tea in China? I'm not accused of
I'm not finished. I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying. But
That's why I'm not
grown
relevant.
men. No, I'm asking you
saying it or not saying
no.
It's irrelevant.
No,
It's not
because
irrelevant.
that is not who you are. It's not irrelevant.
Yeah,
That's not who you are.
He does
that's not who you are.
Does that mean he's a criminal pedophile? Because he makes crass
Never mind.
remarks? That's what you're telling me to believe. I'm not
Mama
going to
boy,
do
what
it
did you say?
until you get me
What did you
better
say?
evidence than this.
Mama boy, what did you say a couple of weeks ago? We see you.
Yeah, I mean, it's like
We
this right
see
here. It's like this right here. We on this phone know how adults would talk to each other, and adults would not talk to each other about children in a sexual manner. You just listen
Not
to
like that.
You listen to a
grown women.
man.
Yes.
You just listen to a grown man refer to children in a sexual manner, and then you saying that it's jovial, it's joking. We don't joke around with fucking children and sex. What the
maybe
fuck
you
is
should
wrong
hang
with you?
out with Donald Trump then. He's not your cup of tea. Don't hang out with him.
See,
But then
you're
gonna
sick.
accuse
You're
him of
sick in the
criminal
head.
pedophilia based
Do
on
you
it.
know what you're
It's not going to fly.
Listen, do you know what you're defending, sir? Do you know what
I'm
you're
not defending
defending?
a damn thing. You're the one trying to put him in jail.
You screaming at the
You
tip
better
of your
come up with
voice.
something better than this.
You're screaming at the tip of your voice
I
defending
don't
that
care
shit.
if you think you don't like me.
fucking
Stop
sick.
making it about me. This is
You
lousy
are.
evidence to convict someone of a crime.
What the hell is wrong with you?
Nobody's trying to convict him
I know
of a
you
crime.
hate the man, and you got Trump derangement syndrome, but that's not good enough in a court of law.
We're not talking about trying to convict him. We're talking about the behavior. No. We're talking about the behavior.
Yeah, this
That's
is
what
not a
we're
court
talking
of
about.
law.
And
You shouldn't vote for him.
This is not a court of law. We're talking about the morals and behavior.
And the behavior.
Yeah.
And he said the other day, and you want to know what? You know what would convict him in a court of law? He said the other day when they were asking him about the letter and about the this and that, he said, people who know me know I don't even talk like that. That would get him convicted in a court of law because he did talk like that.
So wait a minute. Talk like what? What did he say he doesn't talk like? What? And what does the letter show that believes that he did it? And when did he say it anywhere under oath? Because that's the only way you're going to get him.
Okay.
Okay, never mind. Okay, just forget it.
No, I know you don't like that little inconvenient fact, but it's the truth.
Sarge, your
let
argument.
somebody answer you.
Go ahead.
May I answer you? If he was in a court of law and he said that, I don't people who know me and I don't talk like that. I've never really spoken like that. He would be found. It would be perjury because they have it on video of him talking like that throughout the years. That's what I'm talking about. And he said the other day when he was coming out of the D.C. restaurant or going into the D.C. restaurant, and they brought up to him about the birthday card. And he said the signature was a forgery, it was fake, it was this, that. And they said, well, the language and such and such. He said, I don't talk like that. I don't talk like that. And people who've known me throughout the decades, they know I don't talk like that. And he was lying because there's video proof of him talking like that with that type of dirty language. That's what I'm talking about. And let's don't argue. He was lying on his way into on his way in or out of the restaurant when the press asked him that. And if he sat up on a court of law and said that, I don't talk like that. People who's known me over there, I do not talk like that. He will be found. He would be found. He would be found in. He would be indicted and probably found in contempt of perjury because he does talk like that. He has talked like that, and they have video of him talking like that.
Since we are speaking hypothetically here about a
I'm not speaking hypothetically.
that may or may not eventuate, then we need to really examine what it takes to convict someone of perjury on the witness stand. Now, you have just said that Trump said he doesn't speak in a certain way. And then you say that if he says he doesn't, then he gets to have his testimony impeached on the stand. In order to impeach a witness's testimony for perjury, you have to draw specific facts of conduct with specific denials of that conduct. And thus far, you have failed to do that even in this hypothetical case.
Oh, I have how? If they put up the video of him speaking like that.
Stop. I'm going to explain it to you. You just asked. This is all hypothetical now because we're talking. You said if he did this in a court of law, he could be convicted for perjury. Now, again, we are speaking hypothetically. So you've got to impeach his testimony on the witness stand. And it's got to be very, very specific as to what it is he denies that he doesn't speak like. So what the prosecuting counsel is going to ask him is, we have this letter or we have this videotape in which you said blah, 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 blah. And they'll play it. And then they'll say, well, Mr. Trump, did you say this? And then they'll establish, as a matter of fact, since Trump's on the stand, he's under oath, he's obviously going to say, well, you got the video. Obviously, I said it. Now, Mr. Trump, does this testimony not show that you are, in fact, inclined to speak this way? And then he's going to say, no, it doesn't. And when the guy again tries to bring that up, his defense counsel is going to get up and they're going to object. And you know why they're going to object? He's going to have to say, you haven't laid a foundation for it yet. I guarantee you they will, and the judge will sustain that objection.
And if they bring up it's not just one video.
That's not true. That's not true, because the fact that they bring it up in his testimony, the defense can use that. They can use that to impeach the fucking witness the testimony of the witness.
Because when he says
That's some bullshit. They opened it up.
And they would be able to lay a foundation.
No,
behaving that way because it's a
generalized statement. It is almost impossible to narrow it down.
If they open it up, they don't even have to lay a foundation.
The only way you get him on perjury is for the things he says in court, not on a videotape.
That's not true. You don't know what the hell you're talking about.
That's not true. When they say in the bull session at Howard Stern, he's guilty of perjury because he said it to Howard Stern in a bull session?
No.
Are you serious?
He didn't just say that. They would be able to lay a terrific foundation because he would say, I've never...
say in court.
We're talking about a hypothetical court, aren't we? And that's what we're talking about, hypothetical court. And if he says, I've never spoken like that. I don't talk. I don't say those kinds of things. I don't speak like that. And grab him by the vagina. Add that to him. They can lay.
That is not true. It
What?
must be said in a court under oath.
That's what we're talking about, a hypothetical court.
That's what we're talking about. Court under oath. He made it on the Howard Stern show.
No, what?
He done totally whiffed on the whole conversation. She said earlier that he said it in court. Man, what the fuck are you following?
Say it in court.
He said it earlier. That was part of the hypothetical. He hypothetically said it in court. You fucking numbskull.
Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute now. God damn it. Hold on just a goddamn second. Don't call me no names. It's not necessary. You want to have a discussion? Let's have a discussion. We don't need the name calling. Like I said, he didn't make the statement, but he didn't speak that way in court. The only thing they can get him on is if he denies something that is material under oath.
I'll let Sister Lisa tell
And he's got one of two options when they ask him about it. He can
You're not even following the conversation.
He can invoke the Fifth Amendment, or he can wait for his attorney to get up there and object to it. And that'll stop it either way.
Okay, Sarge, you full of shit. Listen. Hold on, Elisa. You got the birthday card with the writing on it. Donald Trump did not. Now he's sitting on the stand. You got the birthday card with the writing on it. Donald Trump denied that he speak the way of the writing on the card. And if somebody asks him while he's on the stand, is this you saying these words right here? And he say, no, I don't speak that way. And then they turn around and play an audio tape or a videotape of Donald Trump speaking exactly that way. Then yes, he can't. That is evidence. I don't know what the hell you're doing. And you use this whole court fucking goddamn posturing to get your point across, but you sound stupid. They can play an audio. They can play a video. They can use evidence when they come in there to prove something wrong. What is wrong with you?
You're the ones who are saying he could get convicted for perjury statements he makes in
That
court.
would be perjury.
And then you cite for me evidence of those perjury statements of what thing he said on the Howard Stern show, and then a denial that he speaks like that in public.
Nigga,
and you're going to say, this constitutes perjurous testimony. Are you out of your mind?
You the one posed the hypothetical, Sarge. I don't know
I laid it out for you. You're not following. I don't think you were following what I was saying. I said, okay, hypothetical court. They asked him, do you talk like? He says, no, I do not talk like that. I never make references to that. I never do this or that. We're talking about the hypothetical court. Then they come back and play a slew of videos of him talking like that. That's what the hypothetical court conversation we were talking about, Sarge.
No.
I said it.
No, that's not. Tell you what, it's not going to work. No, it's not going to work, and I'll tell you why it won't work. What you just said, I'm going to deal with what you just said. It's not going to work because saying I don't speak like that, the prosecuting attorney is going to have to lay a foundation for what that is. That he's going to say exactly what that is speaking of which he wants him to admit to or to or not admit to.
Nigga,
it's
they
got
got
to be
the
laid
birthday.
out as the foundation. That is not going to be enough, Sister Alicia.
They're trying
The
to find out.
got to lay a foundation, and what you just said is not sufficient.
They're trying to find out. They're trying to find out if what he said is on that birthday card. They got the birthday card right there, and they holding it up to him and saying,
"It wasn't made under oath in court."
Okay, never mind. I'm
That's what
not
talking
doing
about the
this.
hypothetical
I'm
court.
done.
Wait a minute, I'm not doing this anymore.
I'm
not doing this anymore.
Under oath in court.
Okay,
That nigga
I
not
can't.
following.
That's all.
I can't.
You're not following, and the thing is, and you, what you're trying to do.
In public.
Okay, he's just
No, we're not. You want everybody to. You want. I don't have time for this, so I get off the phone. You want us to lay it with just speaking in hypothetical, and we're just talking fast and trying to think. And you want us to say, well, it has to be this, and you didn't say this, and you didn't say that. You know, no. You know what we're saying, Sarge. You're smart. You know what we're saying.
Anything. You're going to have to make your case. I'm not about to make your case for you. You're going to have to do it. I refuse to attempt to make your case for you. You are telling me you can the victim of perjury on whatever he said that he doesn't talk like that, and you haven't even laid the foundation for what that is in court of law for which he can be convicted of perjury for.
Okay, well.
Okay, you all know. Everybody else knows. Okay. Everybody else knows how to speak in hypothetically speaking. We all know what that means. We all know that everybody is going to lay all this stuff out the way.
Carroll Manhattan jury. You might just win with that.
Okay, I'm not gonna do this anymore. This is crazy. It's crazy.
Sarge is clearly not smart, so don't call him smart no more. He's definitely not smart.
You give me this everybody knows shit, and that ain't good enough for a court of law.
We're talking about hypothetically speaking, and you know that too.
Exactly what I'm
You know
speaking
that
of.
too.
Well, look, guys, I done stayed on here.
For what speaking
I know this
is.
All right, I done stayed on here long enough.
Never mind.
Sarge, I got to hang up. You're an idiot. And YouTube, if y'all want to call in here, I'm going to open the lines. Y'all can call in. We're going to get ready to shut YouTube down.
And I'm getting ready to go to bed because I got to get up in the morning.
Q&A session is over. All participants are unmuted.
Great conversation. Yeah, as far as either way, it's still great conversation with you. Everybody, it was great conversation. It was. It was peace.